door quick. Scared of thunder?
No. I like it.
That's good, because there's going to be more of it. I brought you food. For the kitten, too.
Did you steal it?
No, I bought it.
Oh.
And if we get caught, don't go making up any stories that I did. I'm in enough trouble as it is. You and your kitten.
You want me to go back, Sam?
Shut up, Penny.
They looking for me?
Your aunt's got every cop in Iverstown peeping through keyholes.
You won't let them find me.
You always come running to me.
Got nobody else to run to, Sam.
The circus is leaving town tonight. Their train will go right through here. When it does, you just follow me. You run with all your might, and when you grab on, grab tight.
Don't you worry about me, Sam.
Shh, be quiet.
There they are. All right, kids. Unless you got wings, you're caught.
All right, Martha, let's go.
You'll never catch him! You'll never catch him!
Don't rough it, you chump. All right, miss. We'll take you on home to your aunt.
Mr. O'Neill to see you, ma'am.
Show him in.
Mrs. Ivers will see you now.
Good evening, Mrs. Ivers.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mrs. Ivers.
I have good news. Martha...
What about her?
Martha has been found.
I know.
Well, it was Walter who was really responsible for Martha being found. He told the police where she and that boy, Sam Masterson, usually go. Well, isn't that so, Walter?
Yes, Father.
The boy will be rewarded.
Well, he's a good boy. And he's bright. If I could afford it, I'd send him...
Send him to a school like Harvard.
I guess I've mentioned it before.
Many times.
Yes, madam.
Take the boy to the kitchen, Lynch. Give him some ice cream. You may give him a piece of cake, too. Go along.
Thank Mrs. Ivers, Walter.
Thank you, Mrs. Ivers.
You've lost your pupil, Mr. O'Neill. I'm sending her away. I know why you offered to tutor Martha. I know why you made Walter do his daily lessons with her. I know why you want him to live here. A scholarship for Walter, that's why. But I'm not a foundation, Mr. O'Neill. I don't care whether Walter drives a truck or goes to Harvard. Probably be a lot happier driving a truck.
You are expected, miss. Oh, just a minute, miss.
The name's Lon Dean. You'll tell Mrs. Ivers the name of the detective who caught her is Lon Dean.
I tell her. I'll take your furs, miss.
No.
You'd better, miss. You know how she feels about that cat. I'll bring it up to your room. Your aunt is waiting for you.
Come closer, Martha. Closer, Martha. Look at me. You don't seem very sorry.
I am. I'm sorry I was caught. No matter what you do, I won't cry.
This is the 4th time you've tried to run away. Each time you were brought back here. No matter how far you got, you were brought back here.
You don't own the whole world.
Enough of it to make sure that you'll always be brought back here. Do you understand that? Do you understand that?
Your aunt doesn't deserve such an attitude, Martha. There are not very many women who'd be as patient and as kind. And there aren't very many little girls who'd be as ungrateful.
When will you understand that I'm doing all this for you? That I'm trying to wash the dirt and grime off you, make an Ivers out of you again?
My name is Smith, the same as my father's was.
Your name is Ivers. I've had it changed legally.
I don't care what you've done.
Your name is Ivers, the same as your mother's was before she was stupid enough to marry
Shut
that.
up! Shut up!
How dare you?
Shut up!
You've still got his foul mouth.
I won't let you talk that way about my father.
Your father was a nobody, a mill hand. The best thing he ever did for you was to die.
Kill you! Kill you! I'll kill you! Stop!
It's all right, Mr. O'Neill. Go up to your room and get into some dry clothes. After you've had dinner, I want to have a talk with you.
It's late. I'll go get my son. Good night.
Stay. I'm upset. I want someone to talk to.
Yes, Mrs. Ivers.
Lynch told me to sneak bundles to you. I thought you'd be hungry, so I sneaked the milk, too.
She hates cats. She hates everything I like.
A policeman came to my house this morning. He asked me if I had any idea of where you could have gone. My father said it was my duty to tell them.
Your father.
I didn't say a thing. No matter what my father told your aunt, I didn't say a thing.
I'm cold. I've got to change my clothes. I'll leave the door open so I can hear you.
My father says you're foolish. My father says that someday you'll have everything in the world. My father says that if we only had one little part of what you'll have, I could go to Harvard. You're what? I could go to Harvard.
The lights! What happened to the lights?
They went out. I think they went out all over the house.
There's a candle and matches on the table near the wall. Oh, you stand still. I'll do it.
Don't you think I'd better go up and see if Martha's all right?
Martha will be all right anywhere. Your play.
I'm afraid of the thunder and lightning. Draw the curtains. I'll go in to change.
Martha!
One peep out of you and I'll break your nose.
I won't say anything. Martha! Martha will tell you I won't say anything.
What is it? Sam! You see, Walter, I told you they'd never catch him. Sam, button me up.
I came to say goodbye. I thought it over, Martha. It's better for you here.
I won't stay here. I hate her.
All you gotta do is play smart with her.
I'm going with you.
Now you listen to me.
I don't want to listen.
It's late. I gotta go.
Let him go, Martha. If he's caught here, he'll be sent to reform school. Mrs. Ivers said so.
They gotta catch me first.
All right, Sam. If you won't take me, I'll go without you. I'll go off by myself.
Okay, and let's go.
I want to run up to the attic. I want to get a couple of things. Sam! Quick, Sam! Sam, bundles. She's going downstairs. Sam, my hand.
I'll get her.
We were upstairs. We heard a noise, and we came down. We saw a man, a big man. He was leaving. Out of that front door he left. See, it's open. She was lying there. And this was lying there, too. I picked it up. Isn't that true, Walter? Isn't it?
Is it, Walter?
Yes, Father. It is.
Put it down. Put it exactly where you found it. Both of you better go upstairs. I'll phone the police.
You'll never get away with it, never. Your father believes me. I don't know, I'm not sure. You keep your mouth shut.
But Sam, what about Sam? He was in the house, he saw it.
Sam will never tell.
Yes, he will, he's scared. That's why he ran away after it happened.
Sam will never tell.
Sam's scared. He ran away, I didn't, I stayed.
No, he won't. Not Sam, not Sam.
I want to talk to you both. Sit down. Now, when the police come, you will tell them exactly what you told me. Do you understand, Martha?
Yes, Mr. O'Neill.
And you too, Walter?
Yes, Father.
You poor child. You'll be all alone in the world now, except for Walter and myself. But you needn't be afraid. We'll always be with you, Walter and I. We'll never leave you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill.
At the fairgrounds last week. In the handicap, Chestnut King looks like an odds-on favorite.
That guy doesn't know what he's talking about. Chestnut King's a dog. He was losing races to cow ponies years ago in Tijuana.
Well, what do you know? What do you know about that? How do you like that, sailor? Leave a place when you're a kid, maybe 17, 18 years ago, and you forget all about it? And all of a sudden you're driving along and smacko, your own hometown up and hits you right in the face.
End of the line, sailor. Come on, wake up. Where are we? In a small accident.
What happened?
The road curved, but I didn't. Come on, I've got to put into Iverstown for repairs.
Next time, I pick me a guy that don't fall asleep.
Welcome to Iverstown. Well, maybe this time they mean it. You got anybody here to fix this wreck, mister?
Roll her in.
10 more, you don't make it.
Bet.
5 more you don't.
Bet. Not you.
Shoot. 10 more, you don't make it. long will it take, Pop?
Can't tell till we look her over. Come back tomorrow.
Open game?
Nope.
Four. Right back, little Joe.
20 to 10, no 4. You got a bet. Come on, Harry, make 4.
7. You shoot, Joe.
Thanks. Shooting 20. Got it. 10 more, you don't make it. Then I do. How much will it cost, Pop?
Won't know till it's done.
Hey, now look, I want to know now.
Take it someplace else.
Welcome to Iverston.
We interrupt this program of dinner music to bring you a special broadcast in the interest of the re-election of District Attorney Walter P. O'Neill.
Hey, no, leave that on, will you, Pop?
Ladies and gentlemen, it is with deep regret that we are forced to announce that Mr. O'Neill will not be able to address this citizens' forum tonight. Mr. O'Neill was suddenly taken ill, but we are fortunate to have the best-loved civic figure of Iverstown, the gracious Mrs. O'Neill, here in the studio tonight to speak for him.
Citizens of Iverstown, the issues in this election are simple.
That's enough of that malarkey.
This, Walter P. O'Neill, isn't it? The kid that used to live on Sycamore Street. His father used to be a school teacher.
Yeah, that's him. You know him?
Yeah, I used to. Little scared kid on Sycamore Street. Now he's running for the district attorney. What's the odds?
On what?
The election.
No odds, no takers. This is a sure bet, mister. Going to be reelected. Going to be governor. And I'm making book right now that someday he'll run for president. Yep. Going to be whatever his wife wants him to be.
Some gal. Who'd he marry?
You from this town?
Used to be.
You ought to know her then. Old Lady Ivers' niece.
Martha Ivers?
Yep. Came into the whole works after the old lady died.
Well, what do you know? What do you know about that? Martha Ivers. I don't know. You still look like a scared little kid to me. Hello, Gallagher.
Hey, wait a minute. Do I know you?
Sure. I'm the guy who tossed a rock through that window once. And you're the guy who chased me.
If I chased you, I'd bet I caught you.
Come to think of it, I believe you did. Live here?
Used to.
Who runs this place?
Lady, the name of Mrs. Burke. She's not home.
You waiting for her?
Just came back to get my things. I've been away for a while. I'm waiting for a taxi.
I used to live here, in this house, 17, 18 years ago. I was born here.
Don't kid me, you're older than that.
Well, I didn't move right after I was born.
Got one to spare? Got some more matches?
Hang here, these.
Got the time?
Yeah, it's 11:15.
Now, ain't that just dandy? And I've got an 11:30 bus to catch.
You can still make it.
Now, if the taxi doesn't show up fast.
Know anybody who lives around here the name of Masterson?
No.
Know anybody in town at all by that name?
No, I'm from Ridgeville. Is your name Masters?
Yeah.
You mean you're just getting home after 18 years?
Well, 17 or 18.
You're just getting around to looking up your people.
No, not exactly. I just happened to be driving through on my way west and got more or less curious, that's all. Oh, good luck.
What you gonna do?
What do you mean?
I mean about your people.
Well, I don't know. Maybe nothing. Maybe tomorrow I'll go down to the courthouse and look up the deaths in the last 18 years.
Can you do that?
Yeah, I think so. Good night.
Bus terminal. Please hurry. I've got an 11:30 bus to catch. Masterson. I thought it was you, Mr. Masterson.
Well, I'm glad to see you again. I gave you my last match.
Want to lift any place on the way to the bus station?
You talked me into it. You got my matches. Got a name?
Tony. Antonia. Antonia Marichek. Ain't that a dilly, Mr. Masterson?
Sam.
Please hurry.
The depot's just across the tracks. You still got 4 minutes. You'd have made it if you didn't stop to pick up your gent.
Might be able to chase it.
I can get a bus back to Ridgeville tomorrow. Maybe I won't get a bus back to Ridgeville. Maybe I'll go someplace else. Maybe in another direction. Chicago or further west, maybe. Have you ever been out west before?
No.
I've never. But maybe I will. What's it like?
Big. Do you want to go back?
I can't go back there. I'll have to go someplace else. Do you drink, Sam?
Yes, I drank.
I'll buy you one.
Okay.
Too bad. You want me to check your bag in the station here?
I don't know. I guess I want it at a hotel.
You want me to take you there?
Do you happen to be at the Gable Hotel?
Yeah,
Can I go there?
it's a public place. Yeah. Tell the clerk that Sam Masterson wants a room for a young lady. She'll register when she gets there.
Yes, sir. Thanks.
Keep it. Class C. Blue lights, music, everything.
A cafe.
When I lived in this town, there were nothing but saloons. My father used to live in them.
Mine, too.
We're related.
I'll have the same thing you had, if you don't mind.
Scotch. I take a plain water chaser with that when the scotch isn't so good.
2 water chasers.
Did you drive far?
About 600 miles since this morning.
You aren't driving anything tonight.
Oh, my Stanley steamer's in the garage having her face lifted. Better bring us a couple more before curfew.
Oh, swell.
That'll be $2.
On me.
Oh, thanks. Maybe you'd like to drink to finding your people.
Oh, my mother wouldn't approve of that.
How would you know after all this time?
After all this time, you probably wouldn't care, one way or the other.
You talk awful cold-blooded about them, don't you?
That's life.
Is it a big family?
No, it wasn't. Besides me, there are just the usual 2 people necessary to increase the population. Mother left when I was a baby, and my father probably drank himself to death by now.
The other man I know talks cold like that's my dad. He's the most cold-blooded man in Ridgeville. Once he kicked me. It made me sick.
I can guess why you didn't break your neck to catch that bus back to Ridgeville tonight.
Probably would have got on and got off before it started out. Probably would have got the jitters the minute I got on. Anyway, it's gone now for tonight anyhow. There won't be another one until tomorrow night. And now I know for sure I'm not going to make that one either. Not the one to Ridgeville, at least. But I'm so glad you came to have a drink with me tonight. I was so lonesome, I'd like to have died. Have you ever been that lonesome?
How lonesome is that?
About as much as you can hold without busting open. Want to know how I got that way?
Curfew. Shall we go home?
The reason I picked the hotel, your hotel, is really very...
You read the hotel advertising on that when you had it.
You're smart. Maybe you think I've been trying too hard to get acquainted.
Maybe you have.
Maybe you think that's wrong.
Maybe it's too soon to tell.
I wonder what you're thinking.
I don't think you'll take up too much room in my Stanley steamer.
Maybe you're all right.
Think you can hold that thought all the way to the coast? We better wait here for a minute. Hey, I want to ask you something. Does that guy look like a scared little boy to you?
He looks like he's gonna cry any minute. Let's get away from here.
Is Mr. O'Neill in?
No, madam. Not to my knowledge.
Walter.
Hello. No words? Have a cigarette. My lady's lips.
I'll ring for some coffee for you.
No, thank you. I'll have another drink.
Walter.
If there's to be a discussion, I'll need another drink. Otherwise, I shall neither hear nor be coherent when and if I reply to whatever it is you're about to say.
Did you forget that you were supposed to speak tonight?
I didn't forget. It's nice. Your room, I mean. It's been a long time since I've been here.
Where were you?
Getting drunk.
Where?
I'm still the people's choice. I did not make a public display of myself anywhere.
You realize, of course, that you will one day, inevitably.
Inevitably.
It's your career, not mine.
What's mine is yours.
Don't you think I'm entitled to an explanation?
What do you want me to say?
I don't want to put words in your mouth.
I'd prefer that you would.
All right. When did you get drunk? Where did you get drunk? Why did you get drunk?
Don't stand over me like that. I'm a sentimental man, Martha. I started to get dressed, and then I realized it was the 4th anniversary of my father's death. I thought it'd be nice if I went to the cemetery and laid a wreath of flowers on his grave. However, I never got there. Sentiment overwhelmed me. I stopped off to have a drink to his sainted memory. As I drank, I thought to myself, it's such a pity that my father isn't alive. To be able to see for himself all his dreams come true. The dreams he worked so hard for. His son, a famous man, married to a beautiful and wealthy woman.
All right. Now tell me why you got drunk.
Because I couldn't get up and speak before people.
Walter, listen to me. What's done is done.
The deed's done, not the thought.
You've got a life to live.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
A brilliant career.
My father always said that.
Your father was right.
He was never right about anything. From the day he walked in and found your aunt on the floor.
I told you I never want that mentioned.
The day he sat beside you in the courtroom. As I, the public prosecutor, demanded that the state take the life of a man for the brutal murder of Mrs. Ivers. And my father said nothing. I looked at him, but he said nothing.
Your father was a realistic man.
My father, may he rest in peace, was a greedy man.
The man they executed was a criminal. If he hadn't hanged for that, he would have hanged for something else.
A man was a man, and justice is justice. That's the way it is. I can't get up and speak before people. The words stick in my throat. I'd rather get drunk. I do get drunk. I did get drunk.
Walter, dear, listen to me. If you carry a thing in your mind that makes you sick, I want you well. Tomorrow...
It will be like today.
You will leave on a trip for your health for a few weeks.
Will you go with me?
No. I'll stay here.
And I'll stay here, too.
What do you want to do? Give everything up? Is that what you want to do?
You wouldn't let me do that, would you, Martha?
Do you want to?
I don't know, Martha. I ask myself that question all the time. If my father were alive, I could ask him. Only I know what his answer would be. He'd say to me, keep what you have and make her live up to it. Make her live up to her bargain. That's what he'd say.
I am living up to it, Walter.
Another drink left. Might as well have it. The bottle's empty now. Good night, Martha. Tell me, Martha, what shall I do about my love for you? Tell me, Martha, why I don't abandon all this. Why I don't just throw it back in your face.
You tell me, Walter.
Well, this is it. Not good, not bad.
With Bath?
With Bath, and come out, wherever you are.
With bath, eh? There's half as many baths as there is rooms. Half the rooms has baths and half hasn't. That's one way of looking at it. Another is, for each 2 rooms, one has a bath in the middle and the other hasn't. Or, you might say, there's a half a bath to each of 2 rooms.
How is that again now?
There's half as many baths as there is rooms, and if the 2...
Sorry.
I've already sent the boy with those bags up to your room, Mr. Masterson.
Oh, well, they belong to Miss Marichek here. They came in my name because she wasn't registered yet.
I missed my bus to Ridgeville.
Oh, that's too bad. The boy went off at 12. You'll have to manage yourselves. I can't leave the board.
Thanks.
Good night. Sweet dreams.
Good night, Cupid. 25. Your room number's 25. I'm 23. Makes us neighbors. Why did you buy a ticket to Ridgeville if you didn't want to go back home?
I didn't buy the ticket. I got it, but I didn't buy it.
You all right?
I'm a little cold, maybe.
Better get out of those wet clothes. I've started your bath for you. Hurry up now, I'm next.
Thanks.
Okay?
I'll loan you a book for a couple of cigarettes. If you don't mind what kind of a book it is. That pine soap makes you tingle all over.
There's something very personal about soap. It's almost as personal as a toothbrush.
I won't use your toothbrush.
Where's your book now?
You don't care what kind of a book it is?
Suspense is killing me.
It isn't my book. Somebody here before forgot and left it. I warned you.
There's one in every room of the hotel. One in practically every room of every hotel in the world. It tells all about it there in the first page or so.
Well, what do you know?
No, don't get up. I want to look at you a minute. That's really a picture.
Throw me a match. So you're leaving tomorrow?
Yeah, we're leaving tomorrow. That is, if the car's fixed.
Sure you won't mind me being a passenger?
No. Glad of the company.
Are you gonna stay in the West?
Maybe, maybe not. You might get lonesome again.
I've been lonesome before. I was so lonesome tonight I like to have died.
I know, you mentioned that.
But I tried to tell you why.
Look, I'm gonna take a shower.
I just got out of jail. I just got out tonight.
Like I said, we leave tomorrow. I think you like that.
Open up, Sonny. that door.
Mr. Masters.
You don't have to show me who you are. I can tell by the smell.
My nose isn't that big. I want to see. The chief sent us up here to ask you a couple of questions.
Sergeant Masterson.
Suspense is killing me. What do you want to know?
You've been around. Look at that. Africa, Anzio, and Normandy.
Why don't you wear that button in your coat?
The same reason you don't wear your badge. I like it incognito. Now, what else do you want to know?
What we wanted to know, this layout told us. There ain't nothing you can add to it.
She didn't get in an accident, did she?
She's in the can for a nice long stretch.
What's the charge?
Violation of probation.
Probation for what?
Theft. Terms of her probation when she was released yesterday was that she returned to her home in Ridgeville. An hour ago, we picked her up at the depot and she tried to cash the ticket.
Well, maybe she wanted to go by train. Maybe she wanted to walk. There's no law that says
That's not the reason she gave, wise guy.
No?
No. The reason she gave was that she'd got a job. Said you were her employer.
Well, what's wrong with that?
Nothing if you can prove it. But take a tip from me, Bud, don't try it. Jake and me don't like to waste our time testifying in court. But we will. So long. Exhibit 8, Bud, in case you get stubborn.
Hey, now, wait a minute, copper. All right, leave her things alone.
You want to come along, soldier?
Scared boy. You're just about to do your old pal a great big favor. How do you like the way the election's going this beautiful morning?
The election's going good every morning.
Look, honey, Miss,
St. John.
St. John.
Bobby.
Better still.
What can I do for you?
In?
In, but not yet ready to face the world. Won't you sit down?
Look, honey, I'm in kind of a hurry. Would you take a note in for me?
When he buzzes. Here.
I'll take calls now.
Come in.
There's a gentleman to see you. He says it's very important.
Tell him I don't want to.
Wait a minute. Never mind, I'll tell him myself.
Sammy Masterson.
Well, little Walter O'Neill.
We were kids together, Miss St. John. I wouldn't have known you, Sam.
Well, I wouldn't have known you either, Walter, only I saw your picture.
My picture? Oh, yes, yes, of course. I don't want to be disturbed unless it's very important.
Yes, Mr. O'Neill.
How long has it been?
Oh, 17, 18 years, something like that.
That long?
We were just kids, you remember? The three of us?
Yeah.
The three of us. Thanks. What's she like, Walter?
Beautiful. I married her.
I know. You've done all right.
I guess so. And you, what have you done?
Knocked around, seen a lot, I guess. You know,
Had some fun, maybe?
What have you done mostly?
Lately or mostly?
Mostly.
Gamble?
You mean gamble?
Sure. That's my business.
Perhaps this is where I should remark that all life is a gamble.
You don't need to bother, I know it. Some win, some don't.
You needn't have made that point. I'm sorry, Sam. This has been a stuffy conversation. Oh, would you like a drink?
Isn't it a little early in the morning? I haven't even stopped for breakfast yet.
The occasion.
You talked me into it. Fine.
Nice of you to look me up, Sam.
Well, I wouldn't have bothered you, Walter, only, I met a girl, and you can help.
You don't look like you need help with any girl.
Now, this trip out I do. This kid's in jail.
What's the charge?
Violation of probation. Name is Tony Marichek.
That's not easy to square, Sam.
Oh, you can do it. And you will. For old time's sake.
For old time's sake.
Thanks.
Excuse me.
Mrs. O'Neill is here to see you.
Please have her wait. She usually drops in on her way downtown.
Oh, I'd like to see her.
Have Mrs. O'Neill come in.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were busy. I'll wait.
Hello.
Hello.
The name is Masterson. Sam Masterson.
I'm sorry. Sammy Masterson. Oh! Oh! Hello!
Well, I'll do that again. Hello.
You should have called me.
It just came in.
Well, you've grown to be a big boy, Sam.
Well, I always was big for my age, you remember?
Yes, I remember.
Anything else you remember?
Oh, well, there are lots of things.
I never figured that a skinny little mutt would grow up so beautiful.
I thank you for my wife.
That sounds funny.
What does?
Well, you're saying my wife.
Does it?
Oh, now, don't get so, Walter. I mean, well, I've always thought of Martha's... Well, you know how it is. You keep something in your mind since the time you're a kid.
How long are you staying, Sam?
Well, that all depends on our district attorney.
Oh?
Yeah, I may have to pull out in a couple of hours.
Oh, that's too bad.
That's the way things are, you know.
I don't want to be disturbed.
Well, that's all right, Walter. You're a busy man, so I'll blow. And, thanks. Thanks for everything. So long, Martha. Aren't you glad now you missed that circus train?
I don't know.
Where can I reach you, Sam?
Oh, the, Gable Hotel. And you will do that for me, won't you, Walter?
I'll try my best.
You do that. And here's hoping you win that election.
Thanks. I will.
What, sure thing?
Ask Martha.
Sure. Sure thing.
What odds you give it?
A sure thing is never a gamble.
No? What odds will you give that that's a fact?
Breezy character, Sam.
Thank you.
Very sure of himself.
He always was.
This is the first time I've ever seen you off balance.
I wasn't aware of it.
I was.
It came as a shock.
Yes, it did. To me, too. Sam will never tell. I'll never forget you saying that.
What makes you think he will?
What makes you think he won't?
How long has he been here?
He came in last night.
Did he tell you much about himself, where he's been, what he's been doing?
I thought you'd ask what he wanted.
What does he want?
He's playing it smart.
Sam was always a smart boy.
All he wanted was for me to get his girl out of jail.
His girl?
That's what he said he wanted.
What do you think he wants?
What he can get. He's a gambler, a sharpshooter, an angle boy. They come through my office by the hundreds. Couldn't you see blackmail in his eyes?
I haven't your experience with criminals.
You will. When Sammy starts to shake you down.
Release the girl. Maybe he'll just pick her up and leave.
Leave? Do you think he'll leave a touch worth millions?
There's only one way you'll find out. Release the girl. Goodbye, Miss St. John. Yes, Mr. O'Neill.
I want a routine check on a Samuel Masterson, non-resident, registered Gable Hotel. Miss St. John, close the door. I want a routine check of all garages. One of them has his car. Stay here, please. I want to check up on all local banks. Get that private detective McCarthy and tell him to come right over.
Thought it might improve my mind while I waited.
Boswell's Life of John? Surely you didn't expect to wait that long.
I was just going to look at the pictures. I found your message when I got back to the hotel.
I asked you to phone.
I figured you wouldn't mind if I came in person.
I figured you would.
Why?
You impressed me this morning as a man who would bet on anything.
Almost anything, depending on the odds.
I bet you'd like to hear the story of my life.
What do you bet?
My story against yours.
You got a bet.
Well, let's see. You left here September 27th, 1928. We'll start from there.
The exact date? How come that's so clear in your mind?
Why shouldn't it be?
You know, I used to think this was the swellest spot in the world. But you really made it just that.
Used to be so dark and ugly when she... I hate it. Come on, I'll show you what I've done with the rest of the house.
Okay, fine. I haven't been on a rubberneck tour in years.
Soon after my aunt died, the executors of the estate wanted to close the house and send me to school. But Mr. O'Neill...
Mister? You're kind of formal about your husband, aren't you?
Oh, no, I was speaking about his father. Mr. O'Neill was my tutor. You remember him.
Oh, yeah.
After my aunt died, he and Walter lived here.
That was cozy.
This is Walter's room.
Rich. Very rich. Well, you lived here all the time then, huh?
Except for the few years I went to college. Mr. O'Neill, Walter's father. Walter's father thought it would be good for me to get away for a while.
Mr. O'Neill, Walter's father, he sort of took care of everything, didn't he?
Yes. Yes, he took care of everything.
You didn't like that?
Let's talk about something else.
What do you want to talk about?
Pick a subject. This is the dining room.
Isn't it kind of crowded? All right. I pick Walter as my subject. When did you marry him?
When or why?
I ask when.
When I finished school.
All right. Now, why did you marry him?
Pick another subject.
It's your turn.
You.
An open book. I went out of this town with the circus, the one you were supposed to go with. Made friends with the animals and lived happily ever after. Almost.
Almost?
Yeah. I got ambitious, and that tore it, but good. I got so I wasn't satisfied just being friendly with the animals. I got so I wanted to own the animals. So I bought some animals. Well, my lion got the mange and gave it to the monkeys. The animals became a responsibility and a liability. I lost all my hard-earned cash and ran like a thief out of there with a great yen to become friendly with people. Now, on that, I had some success, me being a gambler and people being what they are. Well, that brings us up to my 21st year, when I became a man, officially.
How did it feel to become a man officially?
I felt I'd been there before. How did you feel about becoming a woman officially?
I felt I'd been there, too.
This is the room that you...
Do you remember, Sam?
Do I?
It's the only room I didn't change.
It seems that only yesterday I came through that window. We were going to run away together that night.
You do remember.
Yeah. And it was Walter who let me in.
I come here often, Sam.
Little girls grow up. They never get through playing with dolls.
There was a storm that night, thunder and lightning. I was afraid of the thunder.
In the freight car that night, you told me you weren't.
I didn't want you to know. I wanted to be like you, never afraid of anything. You remember that too, don't you, Sam?
Things come back to you.
Don't say it like that, Sam. Not to make me feel good, but because it's true.
All right, it's true. We were just a couple of kids.
We're not kids now.
No, Martha, we're not kids. No time for dreams.
Only one dream, Sam. And it came true. You're here.
So is Walter.
About Walter and myself.
Don't tell me.
I want you to understand.
I understand, Martha. I understood when I saw both of you together in the office. I watched the way he looked at you. I never saw a guy so nuts about anybody in my life.
Sam, if you stay in Iverstown...
Well, I'm not staying in Iverstown.
All right, Sam, what do you want?
What do I want?
Yes, why did you come back here?
Well, the road curved, but I didn't.
Answer me.
Hey, now, wait a minute. You sound like I have to. As a matter of fact, you sounded just like your aunt used to.
Don't say that to me. Don't ever...
Look, baby, I won't be around long enough to repeat it. As soon as a certain young lady's out of your husband's clink and my car's out of Dempsey's alleged garage, I'm headed west.
I think you really mean that.
Any objections?
No. No objections. I should have known if I remembered.
You should have known what?
You. That you'd be like this. I'm sorry. Sorry that you ever left here. Sam, for old time's sake.
Yeah. Sure, for old time's sake. Bye, Martha.
Dempsey's garage. Oh, yes, Mrs. O'Neill.
Mrs. Walter O'Neill?
Yes, ma'am. Well, it was a rush job anyway, and I'm rushed enough as it is. Don't mention it. Glad to be of service, Mrs. O'Neill. You can add this to your report. Miss O'Neill don't like this guy to go. Not yet.
All right, Dempsey, thanks.
Drink?
Thanks. There's not much to report on him locally. Out-of-town reports are still coming in. You'll have a complete file on him in a couple of hours.
What's he look like so far?
The big-shot gambler. Broke many times, but always turns up with a new bankroll. The police in every state have tried to find the source of his money, but no dice. Many arrests, no convictions. Beat a murder rap in Frisco. Self-defense. Has a war record few can equal.
The car in Dempsey's garage.
The ownership certificate says he owns it.
What's wrong with it?
Smashed radiator.
How long will it take to fix it? Well? Who did Dempsey get this call from? Didn't you check that?
Yes, I checked it.
And who was it?
Mrs. O'Neill. That's all.
Yes, Mr. O'Neill?
Get me to the county jail. I want the superintendent of the women's division. Yes?
I have the county jail for you, Mr. O'Neill. Deputy Elizabeth Baker is on.
Hello. That girl, the one I called you about before. Yes. Bring her out here at 8. I want to talk to her.
You got the time, Bud?
Yeah, it's 5 after 8.
Thanks. I'm expecting my friend out in a few minutes. Say, I ain't seen your face around here before.
No, I'm a stranger here.
Oh. Then you ain't waiting for anybody, huh? Oh.
She's a stranger, too.
Oh.
No, she was due out a couple of hours ago.
You're in a lot of trouble, Miss Marchek. The law is very specific on violation of probation.
It's specific about everything.
You're serving a 5-year sentence.
So I was told once before.
You lied when you were picked up. You told the police you were employed by Sam Masterson.
You think they would have believed me if I'd told the
Did
truth?
you cook up that story between you?
He had nothing to do with it.
You're very fond of him, aren't you? You wouldn't want anything to happen to him. Does he feel the same about you? You wouldn't want to serve out that 5-year sentence, would you?
What are you getting at?
Remember, 5 years. And this time you'll have to serve every day of it. You don't have to.
All right, get down to it. What do I have to do?
Tony! Tony! Tony!
Hello, sir.
O'Neill phoned me, told me you'd be out at 6.
O'Neill?
Yeah, sure. The district attorney is an old friend of mine. I asked him to do me a favor, and here you are. You're late, but free.
There was a mix-up. They lost some papers.
Oh, well, I got worried about you. What's the matter, kid? Tony, look at me.
I'd like a drink.
Oh, you're a cinch. You'll buy a dozen. Hey, taxi! I'm gonna toss you a real coming-out party. Hey, taxi! Thanks. Spaghetti. That looks wonderful.
I think you'll like it.
Go ahead, eat.
Guess I'm not hungry. My stomach's in a knot.
Yeah, this ought to help.
I'd have died if I had to stay on in jail.
Forget it now. You're out.
If you'd ever been in, you'd know what I mean.
I know what you mean.
A couple of times last night I tried to tell you why I did time. You wouldn't listen.
I don't want to now.
Oh, now you've got to. Please.
All right, if it make you feel any better.
I want to be sure you understand. 1 to 5 they gave me. 1 to 5 years, that is.
So long, Joe.
It's forever. I did 3 months before I came to trial.
It can happen to the best of people.
I'm not the best of people. I'm just Tony Marichek. Where'd you get the fur coat, Tony? The judge asked me. I met a guy, I told him. He said he was in love with me. He gave me the coat. A likely story, he said. I said, but it's true, every word of it. I tried to pawn it because I needed the money. Where's the man he has? I don't know, I said. He took a powder, he flew to the moon. You don't fly, Tony, the judge says. The charge is theft. You do 1 to 5.
Well, how come they gave you probation?
First offense. You know what probation is.
No, sure. Knife sticking in your back. Still looking out for the cops? Relax now, you're free.
I don't feel so good.
Can you only take you back to the hotel?
Oh, no, please. Let me sit here a while.
Now? Get your coat on. What's the gag? Get your coat.
All right, Joe.
What's the gag? I was up to your hotel. Nice layout you got there. Double rooms, connecting doors, and tall glasses. What did this guy tell you he'd give you when he picked you up?
All right, Joe, there don't have to be any trouble forgetting.
She's my wife. Well, brother, you can have her. In spades. Now beat it. You too. I just want to make sure
Joe, there don't have to be no trouble.
No, there don't have to be no trouble. There's got to be. Certain wise guys have to be taught a lesson. Certain wise guys have to be...
Where do you want it, here or outside?
Outside will do me fine. There's an alley through the kitchen door.
Sam.
Shut up. Stay here.
Okay, sister? You did a swell job. Now blow.
Yes, sir.
What happened to you?
Not a thing. It's made up for Halloween. But you catch the next one. Cut that. Crime's not gonna get you anywhere.
I'll stop.
I ought to beat it out of you.
I think maybe I got it coming.
Why? Why?
Last night in that restaurant, I kept trying to tell
Come
you.
on, get down to it.
Before they let me out, they took me to the DA's office.
O'Neill? His name's Walter O'Neill.
Yeah, that's right. That's his name.
All right, they took you to his office.
He asked me a lot of questions, mostly about you.
Not me.
About you and me.
Yeah?
He kept asking me if I knew why you came here. He asked me that a couple of times.
What else?
Oh, a lot of questions I forget.
Remember.
I had mixed up.
Well, the goons, the ones who worked me over.
They just wanted to scare you. O'Neill doesn't want you in town. They said if I didn't play with them, I'd go back to jail.
Who said that, O'Neill?
No, the other man. Mr. O'Neill wasn't there by then.
Cute kid.
They said they wouldn't hurt you.
Much.
No more parole, they said, if I went for it. I'd do the whole 5, they said, if I didn't. I went for it. Go ahead and hit me, Sam. I've got it coming.
The only thing you got coming, kid, is a break. Don't go going back to town.
They don't want you here, Sam. I don't know what it is, but they don't want you
like
here.
it or not, they got
Next
me.
time it'll be worse.
Look, I don't like to get pushed around. I don't like people I like to be pushed around. I don't like anybody to get pushed around.
Kid, I'll tell you what you do. You grab the next bus out and I'll meet you wherever you say.
I'll go back with you.
Good. I wanted you to say that.
Just a moment, sir.
Take me to Mr. O'Neill and you won't get hurt.
Yes, Mr. Masterson. I hardly recognized you, sir.
Tell your man to ask Martha to come down here.
Tell Mrs. O'Neill that, John.
I thought we ought to have a little talk. We'll kick off first, your team or mine.
You look terrible, Sam. Have a drink.
Thanks. Report on Sam Masterson. Here, take this. I'm 2 up on you.
Thanks.
You're out of shape, Walter. For a minute there, I thought you were dead.
I was. I wasn't going to shoot.
I wasn't going to wait and see. Come on. I took a gander at this while you were out. I could have given you a much more detailed picture on Sam Masterson. I didn't know you cared.
You know it now.
Now I'll let Martha give it to you.
Give him what, Sam?
The facts concerning a guy called Sam Masterson and his attitudes towards life and love. Walter's got their own ideas.
Sam, you're hurt.
You ought to see the other guy.
What happened?
This. It fell out of a guy's pocket and hit me in the face. Private Dix. What's the trouble, Walter? Don't you trust your own cops?
You're right, Sam. I hired the men who worked you over. The idea was mine. I thought it might scare you into not coming back. It hasn't. We're ready to listen to the current quotation on blackmail.
Walter.
Blackmail?
I said blackmail. Now, what is the price? Remember, you're dealing with 2 old friends.
Well, which one of you do I deal with?
With me. Be at my office at the plant at 3.
Okay. May the deal be profitable to all of us.
Whatever the price is, that's it, Sam. Don't try this again. What happened last night can happen again. And worse.
Don't try it, sweetheart. I make this a flat statement. I'll kill you.
Hold your hand under the water. Now dry your hand. This will hurt.
Even pain at your hands.
You were lucky.
Yes, I'm a very lucky man.
And a stupid one. Yesterday afternoon, he told me he didn't want anything, that he was going away. It let me handle
I didn't like what you had in mind. It's quite a thing in a small city like this to be a district attorney. You get to feel like God. You know everything. down to the smallest detail. Even a call to Dempsey's garage. Sam's leaving Iverston today.
That's what he said.
I want to hear you say.
It's up to him.
No, it's up to you. I know you, Martha. You are my life's work. I've studied you all these years. A little girl in a cage waiting for someone to let her out. And along comes Sam. Do you know what's on my mind, Martha? About Sam, I mean.
I think I do. And that's where it will stay on your mind. Unless, of course, I tell you differently.
What did O'Neill say? Do you think he'll make trouble?
No, I had him figured out right. He's still just a scared little kid. Coffee, please, Black. No, Martha's the one I can't dope out.
Martha?
Mrs. O'Neill. The three of us grew up together. I told you about it, remember? Thanks.
What's she like now?
What do you mean?
Is she pretty?
She's beautiful. That's why I can't figure out why should a beautiful rich girl stay married to a guy she's not in love with.
How do you know that?
I know.
You sound like you're in love with her.
You sound like you're jealous.
Could be. When are we leaving?
This evening, if the car's ready.
Well, what do we do until then? I know. Why don't we find out what happened to your people?
Oh, it'll be simple. Now I know I left town September 27th, 1928.
The exact date. How come you remember it?
Wouldn't you remember a date, the exact date about something that happened that long ago?
No, not unless something terrific happened that day.
Yeah. Come on, let's finish your coffee. We'll go down to the newspaper morgue.
The morgue?
Yeah, I think I can find out about my people down there. Afterwards, take you shopping.
That was a strange case. Went unsolved for years. Then one day, they picked up a guy who stuck up a garage or something. Someone who used to work at old lady Ivers' house. Came out at the trial that he was the one that knocked the old lady off. It's my favorite case. The picture of the guy.
Doesn't look like very much, does it?
Yeah, kind of a scared little rabbit. I watched him all through the trial. Never had a chance. O'Neill really did a job on him.
Is that Walter O'Neill?
Yep, same guy. It was kind of dramatic, though. Him being engaged to the niece of the murdered woman. He sure did a job. Jury was unanimous.
Well, what happened to him?
Oh, they hung him. Interesting, eh? Solving a murder after all those years. It's all in the files there. Go ahead and read it.
No, thanks, I will.
Yes?
Mr. Masterson, by appointment.
Send him in, please.
3 o'clock on the nose.
On the nose. Come in, Sam.
You should have kept me waiting. Big executives always keep people waiting. Didn't you know that?
Good executives don't.
I bet you're good.
I am. It catches it, doesn't it? The feeling of a factory.
When you're out on this place, I couldn't get past the gate. Now I'm a guest. Or am I?
I invited you here.
Martha, did your aunt leave you everything?
I was her only heir.
I'll never forget the way she looked that night standing in the doorway, leaning on her cane.
I don't want to talk about it.
Okay.
You look different than you did this morning. Clean and fresh.
Yeah, well, it's the perfume I use that makes me smell so nice. I bet I smell as nice as you and Walter put together.
What do you want?
I think I've got what I want. I think I've got a gimmick. A gimmick is an angle that works for you to keep you from working too hard for yourself. Simple.
Specifically, what is your angle?
Specifically, half.
Half of what?
You tell me.
All right, Sam. Come here. My father used to work here as a mill hand.
So did my father, when he was sober.
Now I own it.
Now you're even.
Now I'm even. I was 21 when I took it over. It had 3,000 workers then. It's got 30,000 now. Ran as far as that gate. Now it goes down to the edge of the river. And I did it all by myself. Without Walter, without his father. All by myself.
Half of this should make quite a score.
Half would make you my partner.
That's what I had in mind.
You went out of here a dirty little kid once before. That can happen again. I don't have to give you anything if I don't want to.
But you do want to. Hey, Tony! Come in here, quick!
Yes, Sam?
Make a wish.
I went shopping.
Any wish you make it, you got it.
You feel good.
Yeah, I'm high. I had a drink.
What was in it?
A bucket of gold. The dice came up 7. Tony, you bring me luck. I'm gonna wear you like a charm.
You really think so, Sam? You really think I bring you luck?
I know so. And that's an asset for a guy in my business.
Tony Marichek asset.
Tony Marichek, good kid. You stick around, Tony Marichek.
Now I've got all the luck. I'm funny that way. I say what's on my mind.
You walk down the street and a girl asks you for a cigarette.
And imagine the time. Life is funny.
That's philosophy.
It's good, too. You want to know how it is with me, Sam?
No, tell me.
I've told you. And even if it's over, quick.
Look, what you don't know, don't talk about.
I bought a new outfit. I want to show you.
Well, let's take a look at it.
$8.95. How do you like it?
With you in it?
Hello, Sam.
Tony.
Yes, Sam?
I heard you talking.
Well, even a crummy hotel like this has a switchboard.
I have special privileges in this hotel, Sam. I own it.
It's Miss O'Neill, Tony.
Hello. So this is the girl.
Tony's my name. Antonia Marichek.
The sunsuit looks very well on her, Sam. She's got just the figure for it. She's a very pretty girl.
I give another show at 8 o'clock.
In your room or here?
Tony.
Yes, Sam.
Miss O'Neill is sorry she said that.
I'm sorry I said that.
Okay, forget it.
Tony.
Yes, Sam.
I'm going out with Miss O'Neill on business. That's why you came here, isn't it?
Yes.
I'll be back after a little while.
I got no place to go. I'll be here.
I didn't like that.
I apologize.
There was ice on your tongue.
If you want me to say anything else to her.
You spoke your piece. Let's get out of here.
I've never been in a hotel room like this before.
I've been in too many.
Just the way you read about it in books. Window shade, scotch on the dresser. Let's stay here, Sam.
No.
Why not? We can order our dinner here.
I don't like room service.
All right, Sam.
Come on, let's go.
What's your Tony Marichek really like?
That's what she asked me about you.
What are your plans for her?
Oh, she's very independent.
Hardly. How did you meet her?
We lived in the same house.
In Iverstown?
Yeah.
When?
Now and then. Well, let's go back to our drinks, huh?
To continue with your Antonia Marichek, have you other things in common?
Taxi cabs, hotels, and Bibles. And we don't like some of the same people and places.
All sounds like a very substantial beginning. How long have you known her, really?
Since day before yesterday.
How long have you known me?
Martha, I'm not sure that I've ever known you. What do you say? Let's get down to business.
Let's get out of here.
Waiter.
Yes, sir.
Check, please.
Yes, sir.
Whiskey and soda.
Thank you, sir.
Wait outside.
Sam, what is it?
Wait outside.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
Get back to him when he sobers up. Tell him I run an honest book. I always pay off. Thought I told you to wait outside.
I wanted to see.
You saw.
You wanted to kill him, didn't you?
Yes, I did. This the spot?
Yes.
I like your car. You know what happened to Lot's wife when she looked back, don't you?
What?
She was turned into a pillar of salt.
What happened to Lot?
Well, he got away. He didn't look back.
You know your Bible.
You would, too, if you spent as much time as I did in hotel rooms.
I'll take it up. Come on, let's get out of here. I love to watch the city from this spot.
Up here doesn't even look real, does it?
It's real. Very real. Owning it gives you a sense of power. You'd know what I meant if you had it.
Ivers, Ivers, Ivers. Ivers.
If anyone asked me my name now, I'd say it was Martha Smith.
I smell smoke. Better take a look. Must have been some kids up here.
Sam, don't. Let it burn. We used to come up here when we were kids and build a fire.
Now.
Let it burn, Sam. In those days, we used to think that this was real. And that didn't even exist.
Just now you look like Martha Smith.
If only you hadn't run away.
Well, I waited for you. I remember I waited a long time in the rain, but you didn't show.
Give me a cigarette, Sam. If only you hadn't left town. I had no one to turn to. What did you say, Sam?
Nothing. I didn't say anything.
When I found out, it was too late. Much too late. One thing led to another, and...
Another what?
I don't want to talk about it anymore.
No, go ahead, Martha. It'll do you good. Another what?
Where was I?
One thing led to another.
It would have been so different if you hadn't run away. It would have been you instead of Walter. Or if you had stopped me. When I lifted the cane, why didn't you stop me? You knew how much I hated her. Why didn't you stop me?
I wasn't there, Martha.
And then I stood there afterwards. You weren't there?
No, Martha. I wasn't there. I left when your aunt came into the hallway. I didn't want to stick around. I was in enough trouble as it was. I never saw what happened. I never knew until tonight about your aunt or that man, the one they hung. The man that you and Walter killed.
Sam, help me. Help me.
All right, Martha. Tell me. Talk.
All right, Sam. I never imagined anyone could die so quickly. I'd always supposed that wherever I went, she would be with me, that she would never die. But it wasn't like that. I expected to find her when I went back to my room. Later, I became frightened. The coroner and the police were sympathetic. They talked very attentive. They believed my story, the one I told Walter's father. That night, I slept heavily, peacefully.
How did you sleep the night after they hung that man?
It wasn't long when I found out why Walter's father believed my story. It was as if my aunt had never died. He took her place. He wanted to make something of his son, and I was tied to them both from that time on. It became so unbearable that I wanted to tell the truth. But he had deliberately given me such a sense of guilt and had painted such a picture of what would happen to me that I was crazy with fear. He used that fear well. To increase it, he made me part of another crime. My testimony sent an innocent man to the gallows. And he used that to make me marry Walter. Sam, you're not going to go away again. I want you here, Sam. I've lived so much inside of myself, so choked with wanting something else that lives and breathes, so desperate for air and room to breathe it in. Oh, Sam, please. Please stay here, Sam.
Hi, Martha. Tony, you still up? Tony?
Yes?
It's me, it's Sam. Can I come in?
Yes, Sam.
Mind if I put your light on?
In a little while. I was sound asleep. I've got a headache.
Okay. I've got something to tell you, Tony.
Yes, Sam.
Tony. You're crying. You're crying because you saw. You were at the window there when we drove up. Well, that's what I came in to tell you about, Tony. The Martha and me.
You didn't have to, Sam. There were no strings on this deal.
Well, that's why I wanted to. You see, it started a long way back. I don't know yet how it's going to finish.
What do you want me to say?
I don't know.
What do you want me to do?
I don't know.
All you have to do is tell me the truth.
Like you did when those goons worked me over.
Now we're even. Now I'm beat up.
I'm sorry I said that, Tony. Look, kid. I'm sore at myself, not at you.
Do you want me to leave?
Do you want to leave?
That's up to you, Sam. I'm here on a rain check.
Well, now, don't put it that way. You're here because That's the way we wanted it.
And now?
I'm not sure. I'm just not sure.
Hello, Gable Hotel. I want to speak to Sam Masterson.
Put that phone down.
Hello, Sam. This is Walter. I know I'm not disturbing you. Martha just came in.
Well, what do you want?
I want you to come up here. Now. Right now.
Are you crazy? The
I
servers...
gave them the night off.
You're drunk.
I've had a lot to drink, but I'm not drunk. I suppose it'd be stupid to ask where you were.
Yes, it would.
Sam's not leaving, is he?
Ask him when he gets here.
I just got my answer.
Then there are no more questions.
No, I know what I need to know. Sam, the Superman. Sam, the dirty little boy from the other side of the tracks.
I'll go and change. I wouldn't want him to see me in the same dress twice.
Come in.
Tony. You're leaving, huh?
There's a bus out in about an hour.
Tony.
Sam, it's better this way.
Look.
Sam, I came back here with you because you said you didn't like to be pushed around. I liked you when you said that. You were looking for trouble, but it was a good kind of trouble. And now...
Now what?
Sam, I saw her. You're going to get hurt. Leave her, Sam. Leave this town. Even without me, but leave.
I can't. At least not just yet. You're gonna need some money.
No, thanks. Let's break clean.
See you around.
Yeah. Around.
Where's Martha?
Upstairs, getting dressed for the occasion.
Well, go upstairs. Why did you call me?
Got a riddle, Sam. Maybe you can help me solve it. It's a little riddle called What's to Be Done About Me, Martha, and You. Sounds just like a poem. If it rhymed, it would rhyme with murder.
He's drunk. He's been sitting here drinking all night.
Draw a chalk line and I'll walk it. Or I'll take a mental test. Any question like, what is my object in life?
I tried to stop him from calling you.
You're a wiseacre. An angle boy. You know all the answers, don't you? How are you on dreams?
And I was glad he called you. I was frightened of him, Sam.
She was frightened of me. I had a dream, Sam. It was about you. In my dream, you were not a handsome corpse.
Maybe it was some other guy.
In other dreams, there were others.
I told you he's drunk.
Did you say others?
Many others.
He's lying.
Poor little Martha. Her life was so empty. Is that what she told you, Sam?
I don't want him in here, Sam. Make him get out.
Now you're all of them, Sam. Every one of them rolled into one.
Sam, make him...
Keep talking. I'm all of them rolled into one.
Yes. You're a gymnasium instructor in Philadelphia with a muscle for a brain and a tendency to insipid verse. You're a guy, just a guy named Pete in Erie who smells the fish and sings. You're last year's greatest fullback and you flunked your bar exam, but you wanted to be an industrial engineer. You're a guy who came along to fix a tire so well you became a city-paid inspector. And you're a lot others. But worst of all, you're the one and only man who shares with me the only claim I have on her. Ask her, Sam. Say to her, Martha, is all this true?
What if it is? What did you expect? She never wanted to marry you. If you had any self-respect...
She married me because she felt that way. I would never tell.
That's a lie. Your old man forced her. How long you expect her to go on paying off?
Forever.
Well, whatever happens to you, you've got coming.
What can happen, Sam? Shall I tell you? She'll try to get you to kill me. Like she got me to send an innocent man to the gallows.
I told you the way it was. It was his father's idea. He made...
But did she tell you how she stood up in the police station? How she looked at the man without batting an eye? How she said, yes, that's the man. He's the one who came into the house that night. He's the man who killed my aunt. That even stuck in the throat of my father. My poor, dear, departed, greedy father. But he went right on. And so did I.
He's lying. You believe me, don't you,
You
Sam?
believe her, Sam? Martha, at least tell the truth now. Tell how much you were afraid of an unsolved murder. Tell what a threat it was to the power and the riches that you'd learned to love so much and that I'd learned to love, too. Tell why I became district attorney. Tell why you made me hang that man. Tell the truth.
I told the truth. They were like leeches, both of them. They wanted everything.
All I ever wanted was
everything
you.
you
I'm
are.
nothing.
Everything you have,
You
I
gave
gave
me
you.
nothing.
Then let go!
You're insane. You're out of your mind. Me too. You see, Sam, how close we really are to each other. Don't break up our happy home. It'll have to be you or me. And unless you do it now, it'll be you. You mustn't think I'm drunk. I'm not. It's just that I'm sick. Inside of me, I'm sick. Martha, help me. Please.
Sam, you believe me, don't you? Now, Sam, do it now. Set me free. Set both of us free. He fell down the stairs and fractured his skull. That's how he died. Everybody knows what a heavy drinker he was. Oh, Sam, it can be so easy. I thought you loved me.
I thought I did, too.
Now you hate me.
Now I'm sorry for you.
When I dreamed about you coming back,
Your whole life has been a dream.
I thought you'd be the Sam I knew as a child.
Martha, you're sick.
I could run to you when I was in trouble.
In your mind, I mean, that's where you're sick.
And you'd help me.
So sick that you don't even know the difference between right and wrong anymore.
You've killed. It says so in your record.
I've never murdered. Are you all right now? fell down the stairs.
I remember. You carried me in here.
Yeah.
You had your chance, Sam. It's a thin line, the one between life and death.
You said I didn't know the difference between right and wrong. What's right for Walter and myself? For us to tell the truth?
I think so, yes.
And hang for it?
You wouldn't hang for it. Not if you confessed. You'd do time, sure.
Sure, I'll rot in prison for the rest of my life. And for what? What am I guilty of?
Murder.
What were their lives compared to mine? What was she?
A human
A
being.
mean, vicious, hateful old woman who never did anything for anybody. Look what I've done with what she's left me. I've given to charity, built schools, hospitals, given thousands of people work. What was he?
Another human
A thief,
being.
a drunkard, someone who would have died in the gutter anyway. Neither one of them had any right to live.
You didn't think Walter had either. Goodbye, Martha.
Sam. Sam's going away. Did you hear what I said, Walter?
Yes, I heard you.
We can't let him go, can we?
Martha's waiting for your answer, Walter.
We'd always be afraid of him. We couldn't live that way. We'd be fools to let him go knowing so much about us.
May have a little trouble squaring this one.
You broke into the house, you demanded money, you tried to attack me, and I shot you in self-defense. Have a right to kill in self-defense. That's what the law says, doesn't it, Walter? Isn't that what the law says, Walter?
It'll hold up, Walter. A man with a police record. It's a perfect case if you can get Walter to be your witness. Do you want to bet? I feel sorry for you. Both of you. You love him.
I hate him.
That's why you dropped the gun.
I was afraid. For the first time in my life, I was afraid. I felt you'd no longer stand by me. That you'd leave me.
No, Martha, I won't leave you. I love you. Oh, don't cry, Martha. It's not your fault.
It isn't, is it, Walter?
No. Nor mine, nor my father's, nor your aunt's. It's not anyone's fault. It's just the way things are. It's what people want and how hard they want it. And how hard it is for them to get it.
He's near the gate. I'm glad he's going.
You'll always be.
No, he won't, Walter, he won't. And he'll never tell you needn't be afraid. And you'll see. Things will be different now between you and me. Just like nothing ever happened.
Just like nothing ever happened. Will you kiss me, Martha?
You believe me.
Ivers.
No. Martha Smith.
I missed a bus once, and I was lucky. I wanted to see if I could be lucky twice.
Don't look back, baby. Don't ever look back. You know what happened to Lot's wife, don't you?
Whose wife?
Sam's wife.
Sam's wife.
Today I looked upon the cliff where Hilltop stood. I can still see its hanging roofs against the cypress trees. But Hilltop is no more. There is only a scar of jutting rock where once its windows glittered in the California sun. My Aunt Amelia's house still stands next door. I was a welcome guest within its walls, but to me it will always be a house of fear. I was afraid that Sunday morning in September. I was afraid before the doorbell rang.
Morning, Ella.
Good morning, Ed.
Hello, Amelia. Where is he? Where's Cohen?
Jeff? Why, what's wrong?
It's a wonder you weren't murdered in your bed. Dr. Hartley told me this morning. I won't permit him to stay in this house another day.
What is it, Major? What's the matter?
It's all right. It's all right, Amelia. I'll handle this. Where's his room?
It's there,
Just
but
leave this to me. I'll take care of Cohen. Cohen! Cohen! Are you in there? He's gone.
He can't be. He said last night... Well, I mean, he must be around somewhere.
I'll search the place from top to bottom.
Would anyone mind telling me what all this excitement is about?
You've been harboring a dangerous man. A man who is...
Wouldn't it be fair to Jeff if we waited until we find him and then he can speak for himself?
Well, by all means, find him. But where?
Well, supposing I look in the garage and see if his car's still there.
Just what did Dr. Hartley tell you?
Jeff, are you in there? Jeff! Jeff, are you all right? Major Badger, hurry up!
What's the trouble? What's the trouble? What's wrong?
Jeff, I'm sitting in the motor.
Oh, my. Oh, stay out there, Amelia. We haven't seen a boy. Gotta get him out in the air. Amelia. Phone for an ambulance.
Yes, I will.
Come on, Ellen.
Right
grab
away.
his shoulders. You grab his legs. You get him out in the air. Come on.
Jeff, if only I had listened to the doctor. If you had only listened to him on the train. There was something wrong even then, something terribly wrong. I should have seen it in your eyes the first time we met.
Hello, Jeff. Oh, hello, Doc. Patient in Los Angeles, or were you just doing the town?
Oh, medical dinner at the Biltmore last night. What have you been up to?
I spent a couple of days at the General Hospital.
Those dizzy spells again? Nothing serious, I hope.
When I need a doctor, I'll come to see you. I was getting some technical stuff for the Veterans Hospital I'm working on.
Didn't I hear somewhere that Ben Shepard donated the land for it?
That's right. Join me in a cup of coffee?
No, thanks. I've just had breakfast.
I'll see you later then.
Oh, Jeff.
Yes?
I don't like those recurring periods of depression of yours. Why don't you come in and let me give you a checkup?
One of these days. Morning, Elmer.
Oh, good morning, sir. How about a little breakfast?
You can start me off with some black coffee.
Yes, sir.
May I?
Yes?
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, throw it.
I'll just save the train from being wrecked.
By throwing salt over your shoulder?
Oh, by showing proper respect to the powers of darkness.
Powers of darkness.
What have we here? Disbeliever? Let's see what the tea leaves say about you.
Your coffee, sir.
Oh, thank you. There's a trick my grandmother taught me. She learned it from an old witch in Ireland.
And so you've been drinking coffee ever since?
That's beside the point. I see your name scribbled on the bottom of a cup. It starts with an L, doesn't it?
It does not.
Ah, but it does. The tea leaves never lie. I see it now. L-N. Your name is Ellen. Isn't it?
Yes.
You'll not be so quick to scoff now, will you? Now, let's see where you're from. I see a large body of water. Not so large as an ocean, but the next thing to it. Now, what could that be?
Lake Superior. It's the largest lake in America.
Then you're from Lake Superior?
From Minnesota.
Now we'll go into your destination. It's Pine Cliff, of course. You wouldn't be on this train. But where in Pine Cliff? I see here an old woman and the letter A. Now, let me see. The old woman is standing in the garden and she's talking to her neighbor. So you're going to the city, she says. And what train will you be coming back on? Saturday's train, he says. Then you'll have a pleasant companion, she says, for my niece Ellen is coming to visit me and she'll be on Saturday's train. You see, the tea leaves never lie. And neither do the tea bags. But how will I know her, I says to Amelia. Sure, now, she says, just look around the parlor car and the prettiest girl there, that'll be Ellen Foster.
You're a real Irishman, aren't you? You've obviously kissed the blondest of them.
Kissed her, she says. I wear it on my watch fob.
And just from what part of Ireland do you come?
Flatbush. Good morning, Sue.
Good morning, Mr. Cohallen.
Mr. Shepard here yet?
Well, he's in his office.
Thank you.
I think this would be an ideal site for the beach club, don't you, Keith?
Yeah, it certainly would, Ben.
Mm-hmm.
Busy, Ben?
Oh, come right in, Jeff.
Well, we bring the road in here and divide this section into 2-acre lots.
Hold out this area for the golf course.
Hi. How are you, Ben?
Hello, Jeff. How was the trip?
Fine, thank you. I bought you a little present while I was in Los Angeles. Found it in an antique shop. Hi, Jeff. Parents? It's a map of an old Spanish land grant.
Say, that is an antique.
Here's the Ibarra territory.
My grandmother's grandfather. He lived right there.
That was before California was a state, wasn't it, Ben?
It certainly was.
I keep forgetting how long your family's lived here.
Only since 1820.
Really?
Come in.
Pardon me, Mr. Shepard.
What is it, Mac?
Well, Sue told me you were in here. Did you take any blueprints with you when you went down to the city?
No, why?
Why, the rear elevations are missing.
They can't be. I put them in a file Thursday.
Well, they're not there now.
Well, there must be.
Come on, I'll help you look for them. See you later, Ben.
Thanks for the map, Jeff.
Glad you like it.
Jeff seems to be getting awfully absent-minded lately, doesn't he?
Well, the boy works too hard.
Maybe so, but... Say, that's quite a map, isn't it?
Oh, it's a beauty. Look, here's our beach. That's the old Spanish name for it, Costa del Rey, the Coast of Kings.
Down, mister, down. Don't be afraid of him. He won't hurt you.
Well,
I hope he didn't tear your coat.
oh, no, it's all right.
I don't know what got into him. He never barks at people.
He seemed to think I was an intruder.
Oh, yes. Of course, that must be it.
Is this a private beach?
Oh, no. It's just that there was someone who used to sun here beside this rock.
Well, I'll forgive him this time. I must say you own a very particular dog.
I don't own him exactly. They own me. Shamrock and Mr. O'Grady.
Mr. O'Grady? Isn't that an odd name for a German Shepherd?
Well, it's Herr von Gradenstein on his papers. I translate it.
Well, I guess I ought to go home.
I'll walk along with you.
What an amazing house.
Don't you like it?
Yes, I think I do. It looks as if it had wings. As if it could take off and fly across the sea.
That's the effect I was striving for when I built it.
You built it.
My house.
It certainly belongs exactly where it is, doesn't it?
Yes, I think a house ought to blend with its environment. If it's built in a valley, it should crouch between trees. If it's on top of a hill, it ought to be part of the sky. As soon as I put Shamrock up, I'll walk the rest of the way with you.
It's nice of you to insist.
Isn't it?
I'm beginning to like your house more and more. You can't take it all in at the first glance, can you?
No, it's like some people that way, I guess. You have to know them a while.
Like you, for instance?
Yes, I suppose that's true of me, too.
We don't have houses like that in Minnesota. Do you mind if I take a closer look at it?
I thought you said you were late.
Oh, another 10 minutes won't matter. May I go in?
Why, of course.
I just don't know what to say.
You care for a drink?
Thank you.
Sherry, all right?
Yes. What an unusual picture.
It's by Del Lopez, the Mexican modernist.
Thank you. What's it called?
Doesn't have a name. What does it suggest to you?
Well, it's not real. But then it's not real either. It might be a garden in a dream.
It might be.
Or he dreamed of the girl who belonged in the garden.
That's pretty good.
And then she became more important in the garden, and perhaps that's why she's out of proportion.
Perhaps she did. Perhaps that's why a woman gets out of proportion to a man.
I really don't know anything about modern art.
There isn't anything to know about it. It's like music. Its form doesn't have to copy nature to please the senses. Or does it?
We were talking about art.
I was talking about figures. Are you interested in figures? I have a Sedigliano.
You have a what?
Sedigliano, an Italian sculptor. I bought one of his porcelains with my first fee. Would you like to see it?
Yes, I would. Where is it?
Over by the window. Come on, I'll show it to you. This is my good luck charm. It's called Hotai, the Chinese goddess of chance. Sedigliano always...
Oh, Jeff, I'm terribly sorry. Can it be mended?
No, it's beyond mending.
Well, Aunt Amelia may be worrying about me. I suppose I should go home.
Yes, I suppose you should.
Goodbye. Good afternoon, Luella.
Hello, Miss Foster.
Is Aunt Amelia at home?
I didn't see her go out.
Ellen. Oh, hello, Aunt Amelia. Were you afraid I was lost?
No, I was sure you could take care of yourself. But it was getting late, and I was afraid you'd forgotten about the dance at the country club tonight.
Of course not. I just ran into Mr. Cohallen on the beach, and I stopped by his house for a glass of sherry.
You were inside Hilltop?
Why, yes. You don't disapprove, do you? After all, I'm a little old to need a chaperone.
But no one's ever been inside Hilltop before.
No one?
Except Jeff.
It's funny.
He built it for his bride.
Then there's a Mrs. Cohallen?
No, Vivian was killed the night before the wedding.
How awful. Aunt Amelia?
Yes, dear.
What was she like?
Vivian, she was the most beautiful girl you ever laid your eyes on. She was Ben Shepherd's daughter.
Ben Shepherd?
Ben owns most of Pine Cliff. That's why it was such a perfect match. Jeff was a protege of his, more like a son. And when he fell in love with Vivian, Ben was delighted. Of course, he adored Vivian, especially after her mother. But I shouldn't talk about her mother. It was such a scandal. Poor Ben.
Aunt Amelia, you said that Vivian Shepherd was killed. Was it?
It was an accident. Jeff told Ben it was bad luck to have a party before the wedding, but Ben insisted. There were so many people there. Jeff and Vivian stole away in her car, and 5 minutes later she was dead in a collision on 12 Mile Drive.
You never can tell what private tragedies people have had, can you? I mean, when you first meet them. He seemed so light-hearted on the train.
He can be that way sometimes, and next minute he's strange. Like never inviting people into his home and never mentioning Vivian's name. I can tell you one thing. We've been pretty worried about Jeff, but the way he's been acting.
Well, how would you expect him to act after a shock like that? Seeing the woman he loved killed right in front of his eyes? To wonder he didn't go out of his mind.
Don't get so excited, dear.
I'm sorry.
And don't get too interested in Jeff Cohallen. There are other attractive men in Pine Cliff. Oh, men who aren't...
Men who aren't what, Aunt Amelia?
Well, after all, he has had a tragedy in his life, and it's only a year ago. Hadn't we better get dressed?
Yes. I can see it through the window.
Yes, what I had in mind was a personally escorted tour.
Think of my reputation, Mr. Ferris.
Well, I am thinking of it. A new girl in town seen walking with me in the moonlight, while a stag line will give you a rush.
I never encourage stag lines. There's no future in them.
Well, in that case, we'll sneak out quietly, huh?
No, thank you. Thank you, but no.
Cold climate, Minnesota.
Yes, isn't it?
Let's go down to the bar and talk it over.
All right. I see you know our local hero.
We've met.
Charming fellow.
Yes, he is.
I suppose you fall madly in love with him. Everybody else does.
Except you, Mr. Ferris.
Oh, I think he's just ducky.
Did you children enjoy your dance?
It was just ducking.
Keith, you must sit down and have a drink with us.
I thank you. I'd like to.
Hello, Amelia.
Hello.
Welcome home, Dodo.
Thank you. Good evening, Major.
This is my niece, Ellen Foster. This is Miss Ferris, dear.
How do you do?
How do you do?
And Dr. Hartley.
Why, yes, we met on the train.
My name is Ferris, too.
You, I know.
Oh, bulls, Major. Now, you two stay right here and don't you move till we get back.
Miss Foster, the only dance I know is a waltz. Will you risk it with me?
I'd love to, Dr. Hartley.
And how were things at the separation center? Did you have a good time?
Reno is delightful. I received my discharge papers yesterday. You'll get your copy in the mail.
Well, that calls for a celebration, doesn't it?
It certainly does.
In that case, I'll take you down to the bar and buy you a drink.
Oh, really?
Oh, come now. We're civilized people, aren't we?
Well, I guess it can't do any harm.
You know, I think it ought to be a lot of fun, now that we're not married anymore.
What do you think your chances are?
Ben, I built more hospitals in the South Pacific in 1 year than the average architect will see in a lifetime. The only competition I'm worried about is Talbot and Talbot.
Huh?
Not that I can't compete with them professionally, but they seem to know how to play the political side of it.
Well, that won't count here.
I hope not. Anyhow, I'm indebted to you for a crack at it.
I merely suggested that they invite a local architect to submit plans. Jeff, you're looking pretty seedy. Sure you haven't been working too hard?
Well, it's been a pretty hectic week, Ben, but we finished up tonight. Plans are all wrapped and ready for mailing in the morning.
Hello, Ben, you old darling.
Hello, Dodo.
Hello, Jeff. There's an admirer of yours looking for you upstairs.
Who's that?
A girl by the name of Foster. You seem to have made quite a score.
Aren't you speaking to me, Jeff?
Certainly, Dodo. How are you?
Fine.
Are congratulations in order?
They certainly are. We're celebrating the new freedom. See you later.
Bye. I think I'll go upstairs, Ben. It's getting a little crowded down here. Too long?
I'm completely exhausted. What is that song? Do you know?
It's called Don't Forget Me.
Oh, I remember. They played it a lot last year.
Yes, they played it last fall.
Is something the matter?
No, I didn't eat my dinner. I guess you shouldn't drink on an empty stomach. Excuse me.
Here, Butch. Such a little animal, and yet he's got an appetite as big as mine.
Well, Jeff wasn't answer.
Oh, maybe he left early.
But he looked so worried last night. Well, supposing he's ill and there's no one to take care of him.
After all, dear, Jeff's a big boy now. Oh, how nice. We're invited to Ben's Fiesta next week. He gives one every year.
I think I'll walk over and make sure he's all right.
Who, Ben? Oh, you mean Jeff?
Look at his right front leg. It's shattered.
Oh, Shamrock.
I hate to have to destroy him.
How did it happen?
I don't know. I don't know how it could have happened. You better wait for me outside. Did you see which way he went?
Who?
The man.
What man?
He was hiding in the bushes. Didn't you see him?
No. I only saw some branches move, that's all. I've never seen lovelier roses. What are they called?
Matador, I believe. They grow on the bush out on a terrace.
Matador? Of course, after the color of the bullfighter's cape.
Or the bull's blood.
Jeff, I'm so sorry about Shamrock.
Go now. You're not safe with me. Do you understand?
I suppose I don't want to be safe.
Please go now. I'll call you later.
All right, Jeff.
Ben, this is a wonderful part.
Oh, thank you, Amelia.
Tell me, have you seen the Major?
Why, yes, he's right over there.
Thank you. Excuse me, please.
Certainly. Will you excuse me, please?
All right, Ben.
Major, I wonder if you could tear yourself away from these charming people and come and speak with Mrs. Atkinson. She's dying to talk to you. You know, for a woman, not
Go ahead. Tell me. What does a certified public accountant do? Especially a pretty certified public accountant.
I compile actuarial tables for an accident insurance company. What are the odds against a man fracturing his arm? That sort of thing.
Oh, what are the odds?
90 to 1 that you won't break your arm this year.
Well, that's good.
But if you do, it's 2 to 1 that it'll be the right arm. Well, have you noticed that in your practice?
No. What I've noticed is that my patients have all their fractures just when I'm ready to sit down to dinner.
Hey, you. Come here, man. I want to talk to you.
Si, senor.
Didn't I see you around my place last week?
Me? Me, no, senor.
I'm sure I saw you hanging around my stable.
Me? No, senor. Some other fellow, but not me.
Just a minute. All right, go ahead.
Well, I wonder what that was all about.
Oh, the morning after the dance, I went over to see if Jeff was all right, and there was a prowler behind a bush.
Did you see him yourself?
No, but Jeff did.
Oh? Cigarette?
Thank you.
Did you ever compile any figures on the incidence of mental diseases for your insurance company?
No, they weren't on our list.
Interesting subject. Who's sane and who isn't? Hard to tell sometimes. Do you know anything about paranoia?
It's a form of hallucination, isn't it?
Delusions of persecution. Starts with an inability to withstand stresses. Normal person experiences misfortune, throws it off sooner or later. But if a person is psychotic to begin with, he may start to imagine things. He might even begin to imagine there's a conspiracy against him. That's when he gets dangerous.
Do you have a specific case in mind, Doctor, a person that you're treating?
No, it's out of my field. I'm a general practitioner, not a psychiatrist.
Senor Doctor.
Yes?
Lady call on telephone, very sick. You come right away?
Did you get the address?
Si, senor.
Oh, thank you. Forgive me, please.
Of course.
Are you sure, Jeff?
Ben, I'm positive it was the same man.
Well, I'll talk to him if you want me to, but you know how it is with those fellas. They all look alike if you don't know them.
Maybe you're right, Ben.
So the guy gets up and he says, Keith, you take a powder. Well, the guy was bigger than I. What could I do? The same thing happened to me, only he wasn't so tall.
Oh, I remember all too well.
For that evening. Excuse me, honey. I'll be back in a while.
Certainly.
Because the rest of the committee feel that a local architect should have the job.
Ben, may I see you a moment?
Surely. Excuse me, Jeff.
Certainly.
Well, if it isn't Miss Icicle from Minnesota.
Good evening, Mr. Ferris.
Call me Keith. It was nice of you to find this secluded spot.
Are you always this way when you've been drinking?
Oh, now, this Miss Prim and Proper business didn't fool me for a minute. I spotted you the first night.
Don't.
You don't have to pretend, honey. Just relax and enjoy it.
Stop it.
You kidding?
Jeff.
Hello, Galahad. Been playing Peeping Tom?
Get out.
Don't be ridiculous. As I was
Would you
saying,
mind
honey,
leaving us alone?
Jeff, please
I'd like
don't.
to have a few words with him. Privately. If I ever catch you around Ellen again, I'll run you on a pine cliff.
Galahad, you frighten me.
I'm warning you, I mean it. Keep away from her. I know too much about you.
So what? You'll never open your mouth. That's the beauty of it. It's your story, and you're stuck with it.
I don't have to open my mouth. I can close yours.
What are you two boys arguing about?
What does anybody ever argue about? Politics.
Oh, politics. Keith, will you do me a favor? Dr. Hartley had to leave on an emergency call. Will you see that Dodo gets home? She has a little headache.
I'd be glad to.
Ben, don't you think maybe I'd better?
Look, I pay her alimony. I'll take her home.
It was a lovely, lovely party, darling.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. You're sure I can trust you to take her straight home?
Oh, the car knows the way, Ben, all by itself.
Good night, then.
Oh, Ben.
Yes?
It might be a good idea to keep an eye on Jeff tonight. See that he doesn't drink anymore. He was getting a little out of control.
Thanks, Keith. I'll watch him.
Good night.
Still cutting the lad's throat, I see.
An inch at a time. Every little bit helps.
Helps what? Or is it just pure meanness on your part?
Don't be stupid. Ben hasn't any heirs, has he? All that money and not even a second cousin. Suppose he should take a notion to leave it all to Cahalan. Where would I be? Out in my ear the day after the will was filed.
Well, you don't think he's going to leave it to you, do you?
No. No, I'm voting for charity, with Keith Ferris as administrator of the estate. What would you think of a The Vivian Shepherd Foundation for something or other.
That turns even my stomach.
Oh, I'm very well, thank you. You were in the cavalry, weren't you, Major? Well, I'd like to ask you a question. Can a horse break its leg in its own stall? What's that? You think it's a chance in a million? No, I was just computing the odds on an accident that happened last week. Well, thank you very much for the information, Major. Good night.
Dog howling. I heard it too. Could you tell where it came from?
No. It's around here someplace, but I can't locate it. Jeff, listen.
What's the matter, mister?
Oh, Jeff.
Well, that's about all we can do tonight.
Jeff. I want to talk to you.
Well, not now. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be rude, but I'm just not in the mood for conversation.
You have to listen. It's important.
Well, let's go up to the house. Let's have it.
I talked to Major Badger tonight. He can't understand how Shamrock could break his leg in his own stall.
Well, he hasn't anything on me. I can't understand it either. Unless it's bad luck.
Don't call it luck, Jeff.
What would you call it?
I'm not sure. A few days ago, this rose was on your matador bush. It was alive and beautiful. Now it's dead. Was that bad luck, or was it cause and effect? You picked it, so it died.
I didn't pick it. The whole bush died overnight for no reason.
There must be a reason. There's always a reason for everything.
Is there? Maybe you can give me a reason for this. Take a good look at it.
It looks different. Is it the way the light hits it?
It isn't the light, it's the colors. Look at it again.
Oh, I see what you mean. They faded, haven't they?
All the life's gone out of it.
Your rose bush dies. Your painting fades. But have you ever had a common, ordinary fall, Jeff?
What do you mean?
65% of all accidents are falls. Falls down a flight of steps, falls out of a tree, falls off a ladder, or in a bathtub. But nothing of that sort ever happens to you. It's too ordinary. Your kind of accident has to be unique.
What are you driving at?
Your bad luck, Jeff. It's a little too bad to be true. Your porcelain figure fell off the table while nobody was in the house. Shamrock broke his leg while he was in his own stall. Now your picture fades. It's too bizarre, Jeff. The impossible can happen, but not over and over again.
Are you trying to tell me they didn't happen?
No, they happened all right, but it wasn't luck. Can't you see the pattern that runs through all your accidents? Shamrock, Mr. O'Grady, your picture, your statue, your rose bush, and the collision on the highway last year. That's when it all began. 6 accidents, and every one of them killed something you loved. Do you know what the mathematical odds are against a run like that? 1 billion to 1.
Are you telling me they weren't accidents at all?
No, I'm only trying to tell you that lightning can strike twice in the same place, Jeff, but not 6 times.
You mean you think that all of these things have been planned by someone?
Someone who hates you, who's trying to destroy you. Who could it be, Jeff?
I don't know.
We'll find out. We'll go back to the beginning, the night that Vivian was killed. We'll talk to the policeman who reported the accident. We'll find the garage they took the car to. We'll ask 1,000 questions about the accident and about Vivian.
Ellen.
We'll start tomorrow morning. We'll look for witnesses.
Ellen, wait a minute.
Perhaps the ambulance driver will remember something. I'll find him and I'll talk to him.
You won't talk to anyone.
Well, why? Why won't I?
Because I don't want you to.
But, Jeff...
Listen to me. I don't want you asking questions. I don't want you investigating anything. This is my affair. I'll handle it my own way.
I was only trying to help you. Well, now you've let me know where I stand. You don't want any help from me. All right, then, do it your own way.
Ellen, listen to me.
Just don't let any black cats cross your path. And if you see a horseshoe, pick it up and spit on it and throw it over your shoulder. That ought to take care of everything.
Ellen.
Come in. Hello, Aunt Amelia.
You didn't tell me good night, dear.
I'm sorry.
Is anything wrong?
No, there isn't anything wrong. There isn't anything right either.
I saw you come home. You were at Jeff's again, weren't you?
Yes.
I don't want you to think I'm an old busybody, but I'm all the family that you have, and it would help you to talk to someone.
What is there to talk about? He doesn't love me. He never will. He's in love with a memory.
I tried to warn you to be sensible.
Sensible? I love him. I've got to help him if I can, whether he likes it or not.
I know. Good night, dear.
Good night, Aunt Amelia.
Yes, Ellen.
I've taken your painting to an art shop.
You did what?
I found out some very important information. If you come over tonight, I'll tell it to you. No, I can't tell you now.
Look, I thought you understood I was going to handle this in my own way.
Don't argue, Jeff. Just come on over. Goodbye. Well, what do you think?
It's hard to understand why it's faded. The artist didn't use pen colors. He didn't even use tempera.
There must be a reason.
I would say this was painted with London watercolor. That's the best you can get. Nothing fades them except continuous exposure to strong sunlight for at least a month.
That's impossible.
I can't imagine what caused it. Well, I'll tell you what I can do. I can talk to a couple of artists I know. They might have an idea. I think my best bet is to go and see Trilfield. He's a watercolor man. He's one of the best. He ought to know everything about it. I think I'll catch him tomorrow morning. You know Trilfield, the naturalist. He paints the dogs and horses and cows. My wife, he made a beautiful
Thank you
painting.
very much. I'm sorry to have troubled you.
Oh, no trouble at all. Oh, Miss Foster.
Yes?
I just remembered something. Years ago, I framed some pictures for a painter by the name of Torres, Vicente Torres. One of the paintings was an old lady playing the guitar. It was a watercolor.
And it faded?
The man who bought the picture took sun lamp treatments that winter, and he took it on a couch right under the painting, and he was mystified why the color faded. So Vicente found out that the rays from the sun lamp broke down the pigment.
Can you remember the name of the man who owned that picture?
I don't think I ever knew. It was some local man.
What about the artist? Is he still in Pine Cliff?
Torres? He died 5 years ago.
Oh. Thank you again.
Very strange. Have you told anybody else about this?
Of course not. But someone in Pine Cliff knows that you can fade the colors out of a painting by turning a sun lamp on it. If we can find out who owns that picture, Jeff, the portrait of the old woman with the guitar...
What would it prove? If somebody wants to destroy a painting, there must be 100 easier ways of doing it.
That's not all. Read this.
Arsenic?
In the soil underneath the matador bush. I dug it out this morning. Enough arsenic to burn out the whole root system. It didn't get there by accident, Jeff. Someone put it there. Someone who knows how to poison a rose bush. Or a dog. Or a man's life.
Would you really like to help me?
You know I would.
Then forget it. Forget the whole thing.
But there was poison in the root system. The chemist told me.
You never saw the chemist. You never heard of a portrait of an old woman with a guitar. Do you understand?
No. No, I don't understand.
Jeff! Jeff! Your house. Look out the window. I saw it from upstairs. What? It's burning.
Fire's got too big a stern. Everybody stand back. Out of the way, please.
Hello, Jeff. A lovely fire, isn't it? Now you can see it for miles. Jumped right in my car and drove over. Wouldn't have missed it for anything.
So sorry, Jeff. Such a beautiful house.
I'm glad it's gone.
Be sure to tell Jeff that he's welcome to come and stay with us as long as he likes.
No, he hasn't come in all day.
Did you try to locate him at Mrs. Foster's?
Yes, I did, but he left the house early this morning. Well, wait a second. Here he is now.
Good, good. Have him come right in.
Mr. Shepard wants to see you.
So I hear.
He'll be right in.
Thank you. He's here now, Stacy.
Hello, Ben. I didn't mean to keep you waiting.
It's quite all right, Jeff. I'm terribly sorry about what happened last night.
I know you are, thanks.
I wouldn't bother you about anything today ordinarily, but Mr. Rogers just came to town. Stacy Rogers, chairman of the hospital committee.
Oh, of course. How are you, sir? Glad to know you.
This is the Jeff Cohallen I recommended to you.
Yes, we examined your plans last night, Mr. Cohallen. Good, clean, modern lines.
Thank you.
I'm sorry we couldn't give you the job.
You couldn't what?
I was just about to tell you, Ben. We decided on Talbot and Talbot.
You did? Well, this is a surprise, Stacy.
Which was it, Mr. Rogers? Politics or stupidity?
I beg your pardon.
If they'd given it to Magruder or Chesney and Pike, I wouldn't have said a word because I know the boys would have gotten a good, modern hospital. But Talbot and Talbot haven't had a new idea since Burnham did the Flatiron Building.
Oh, now, take it easy, Jeff.
Oh, they're not architects. They're political finaglers. Maybe you can tell me just one detail in their plan that was an improvement over mine. Name just one.
Young man, your attitude doesn't deserve a reply. But since you're a friend of Mr. Shepard's, I will say to you that no member of the board, myself included, could understand how a reputable architect would submit his design for an important building with no interior detail whatsoever.
No detail? There were 17 blueprints of the interior, right down to the placement of the operating tables and surgery.
You may have drawn them, young man, but you didn't send them to us.
There were no interior details?
None at all.
Could they have been misplaced somewhere in your office?
Not possibly. The sealed packages were opened in the presence of the entire board.
Maybe you misplaced them, Jeff. You know how absent-minded you've been. Suppose you can find the duplicates. Would the board be willing to reconsider?
That's impossible. The contract has already been awarded.
Well, this is quite a shock, Stacy. I felt sure that Cohallen would get this job.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ben, but you understand my position.
Jeff, you weren't going home without me, were you?
Without you?
You told me to drop in at 5:30 and you'd drive me home. Do you remember?
I'm not going home now.
Oh, is anything wrong?
Everything's wrong. Come on, let's get out of here.
It's dreadful. A whole year's work completely wasted.
Typical Cohallen luck.
Don't keep calling it luck. Supposing someone took those plans out of the office and wrapped the package over again.
Who'd do a thing like that?
Keith would. He hates you.
He hates everybody. There's something twisted inside of him. It would take a psychiatrist to explain it.
And why does Mr. Shepard keep him on at the office?
He doesn't know what he's like.
Dodo must know. She acts as though she's still in love with him.
There are women who love men like Keith. Take a psychiatrist to explain that, too. It's getting kind of late. I'd better drive you home.
Isn't this near where...
What'd you say?
Nothing. Drive faster, will you, Jeff? I want to feel the wind in my face.
All right.
Here you are, Miss Foster. 296 Hall Street, Fall River, Massachusetts.
Thank you very much, Sergeant. Just one thing more. The accident happened on 12 Mile Drive, didn't it?
That's right. Just 3 miles from Pine Cliff.
Thank you very much.
Traffic Department. Miss Foster. Who? Just a minute, please. Oh, Miss Foster. It's for you.
For me? Hello?
Miss Foster? This is Dr. Hartley.
Oh, hello, Doctor. How on earth did you know I was here?
My office is just across the street.
I saw you go into the police station as I parked my car. Are you in trouble, Miss Foster?
In trouble? Why, no. I mean, not exactly.
I think you better drop into my office. Can you come over right away?
Well, I have a long-distance phone call to make first.
Well, just as soon as you complete your call.
Yes. I think I could come by in about 20 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant.
That's all right. Miss Foster.
Hello, Dr. Hartley.
Come in. Come in.
I was startled when you telephoned me at the police station.
Well, I'm very glad I spotted you when I did.
Why did you ask me if I was in trouble?
Well, the fact is, I'm in rather an awkward position. But your aunt is getting along in years, and I didn't want to disturb her unduly, so I thought it best to discuss this matter with you. Sit down, sit down.
Thank you. Yes, Doctor?
Since I'm your aunt's physician, I feel it's my duty to inform you that she isn't safe. That neither one of you is safe, for that matter. So I wanted to get your permission to speak to your house guest, to ask him to move to a hotel.
But I don't understand. What has that to do with my aunt's safety?
Yes, I was afraid you'd ask me that. The fact is, you're forcing me to take an unethical action. The man isn't my patient, and even if he were...
Whatever it is you're trying to say, Doctor, why don't you just go ahead and say it?
Yes, you're quite correct. I'll come to the point. Let me say that I believe your house guest, Mr. Cohalan, is definitely paranoiac. He seems to have all the obvious symptoms of delusions of persecution. If that's true, then you and your aunt are in a hazardous position. Two helpless women in the same house with a man who may become dangerous at any moment. We can't allow it.
May I ask you a question, Doctor?
Certainly.
You speak of delusions of persecution, but... Oh, a delusion is imaginary, a thing that never happened.
That's right.
But Jeff's dog was poisoned. His house was burned down. That was no delusion. I saw it myself.
Did you see the gasoline can?
Gasoline can?
The gasoline can the police found in the ruins of Hilltop. It was an unusual type of container. Only one store in Pine Cliff sells them. And that store sold such a can to Jeff last Monday.
How do you know?
The chief of police told me so this morning.
But I don't see how.
And that isn't all. The body of the dog was disinterred. He died of arsenic poisoning. 2 days after his master brought a package of weed out.
Are you trying to tell me that Jeff burned down his own house, that he poisoned his own dog? That's impossible. No man in his right mind...
Exactly. No man in his right mind.
But why? Why would he do a thing like that?
Listen. Listen to this. Once the feeling of guilt is firmly established in the subconscious, the patient may do injury to himself as a form of penance or self-imposed retribution. Such actions may be taken without conscious volition and will often disappear entirely from the memory stream, so that the patient is later unaware that his injuries were self-inflicted. That's my theory, that Jeff is suffering from feelings of guilt, and he's unconsciously punishing himself for it.
Guilt? You keep talking about guilt. I don't understand you. What is he guilty of?
His fiancée was killed in an automobile accident a year ago, and he was at the steering wheel at the time. It would be an unusual man who didn't reproach himself under those circumstances, even if he was blameless. And if he thought he was responsible for the death of the woman he loved, if the thought began to prey on his mind, it's rather an obvious theory, isn't it?
Yes.
Then I have your permission to speak to him. I'll be as tactful as possible.
No, not yet. Not until Friday.
Friday?
I've got to have time to think about it. I'll be very careful, but promise me you won't speak to him yet.
Well, I can't force my opinions on you, Miss Foster, but I must emphasize as strongly as I can that delay can be dangerous. Extremely dangerous.
I'll be very, very careful, Dr. Hartley.
I hope you will, Miss Foster.
Thank you.
That man must be crazy.
Thank you very much. Hello, Jeff.
Hello. Jack of spades.
Is that bad luck? Like a black cat?
A dead man's card.
Oh? Is there a card for a dead woman?
The queen of spades.
I almost drew it this afternoon.
Oh, what happened?
Oh, I just gotten off the bus and was waiting to cross the street and a car nearly ran me down. It almost seemed to be trying to.
Did you see the driver?
No. I was too busy trying to get out of the way.
What kind of a car was it?
A green convertible. Like yours. Except the top was up.
You've got to get out of here, Ellen. You've got to get out of Pine Cliff right away.
Why, James?
Because something else is going to happen. I can feel it. It might happen to you.
I'm not going to leave, not now.
I'm warning you, Ellen.
It's no use, I'm not going.
You're asking for trouble.
Am I? Then I'll really ask for it.
Watch yourself closely. Watch yourself every minute. Don't trust anybody.
Not even you?
Not even me.
Well, I think I'll go to bed now. Major Badger said he'd come by in the morning and take us to church.
You won't forget what I said. You'll be careful.
I'll be careful. Jeff.
Yes?
How long have you known Dr. Hartley?
For years, ever since I came to Pine Cliff.
Has there ever been any bad feeling between you?
No, why should there be?
Well, he thinks that the shock of Vivian's death might have affected your mind. He thinks that you might be paranoid.
You don't think so, do you?
No. I don't think so.
Good.
Good night, Jeff.
Good night, Ellen. I had to see you again. I wanted you to have this. Don't be afraid to use it if you have to. I want you to wait for me tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning?
You mustn't leave the house. You mustn't leave the house without me. Promise you won't.
All right, Jeff. I promise.
You won't forget when Major Badger arrives?
No, I won't forget.
Good girl. Good night.
We found Jeff early the next morning. I can still smell the fumes of the gasoline as we pulled his body from the car. But somehow it didn't quite ring true. I couldn't believe that Jeff would try to kill himself.
No suicide note was found, but the local architect was discovered in the Foster garage with the door closed and his car motor running. He was immediately removed to City Hospital, where latest reports from Dr. Raymond Hartley advised that Cohalan is now definitely out of danger. On the national scene, Congress resumed its discussion of the Morse-Conlon bill today. Labor spokesmen have announced that they will request an amendment guaranteeing...
I'd like some more coffee, nurse.
With cream and sugar?
How did you get by the no visitors sign?
I walked right straight past it to ask you a question.
Oh, you did? Well, suppose you walked right straight past it again, going the other way.
Not till you've answered my question.
Would you rather I rang for a nurse?
Oh, you weren't that way on Saturday night when you needed me. I made you a promise then, and I kept it. Now I think you owe me the answer to one question.
Just one.
Well, I won't ask you why you came to my room that night. I know the answer to that one.
Oh, you do?
Certainly. You wanted to make sure that I'd find you on Sunday morning before the motor ran too long. You probably didn't start it until after the major rang the doorbell.
You don't miss much, do you?
You counted on that, too. You knew that when we couldn't find you in your room, I'd think of looking in the garage, no thank you, to see if your car was still there.
You have all the answers, haven't you?
All except one. Why did you fill those buckets with gasoline?
Fill the buckets? Oh, you saw that, too?
Yes.
I wasn't filling buckets. I was draining the gas tank. So if you didn't show up in time, the motor would stop running as soon as the gas in the carburetor was gone.
But why? Why did you do it?
You had your question.
Don't be technical. Why did you pretend to commit suicide?
When that car almost ran you down Saturday morning, you don't think that was an accident, do you? I couldn't get you to leave town, so I had to give him a different target.
Different target?
Me. Man doesn't kill my rose bush and my horse and my dog and then stop there. He must want to kill me. I can't wait any longer, not while strange automobiles are trying to run you down on the highway. I've got to force his hand now. I want him to think that it's safe to take a shot at me. Don't you understand?
Not quite.
I've tried to commit suicide, haven't I? It was on the radio. It says so right here. So what if somebody takes a shot at me now and leaves the gun in my hand? It's an open and shut case, isn't it? The police wouldn't even investigate. So he's free to kill me now if he can. Doesn't have to hit around the edges anymore. But keep away from me. Don't stand too close to the target.
Is that why you wanted me to leave Pine Cliff?
That's why I want you to go home now and stay there. Lock the doors from the inside. If you have any visitors, don't let Aunt Amelia out of your sight. Don't trust anyone.
Where will you be if I want to find you?
I don't know, but I have to get out of here. I can't wait for him to make the next move. I've got to get out and go after him. You say the exhibit was in 1939?
The summer of 39. I ought to have that catalog somewhere. Here we are.
And there's a list of all of the exhibitors in here?
In the back of the book. Practically every artist who might have known Torres.
Oh, yes. This is perfect. Exactly what I was looking for. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Yes?
Are you Mr. Strabini?
Strabini? Yes, that's me.
Did you ever know an artist by the name of Vincente Torres?
Vincente Torres?
Yes.
No.
Vincente Torres? Certainly I knew him well. Watercolor man. No sense of depth.
Do you recall a painting he did, a portrait of an old woman with a guitar?
An old woman with a guitar? Don't believe I ever saw it.
the old woman with the guitar? Yes, I remember when Torres painted it. It was during his Renoir period.
Do you remember who he sold it to?
Didn't know he ever found the sucker. It was a piece of tripe.
Well, thank you.
Not at all.
Why, Mr. Cohalan,
Oh, Sue.
you had a few phone calls.
Anything important?
I don't think so. A man named Carter called. Said he was a friend of an artist that you knew. The name sounded like Boris.
Was it Torres?
Could be.
Did he leave a number?
No. He said he'd call back around 6.
What's after that now?
When Mr. Shepard's anxious to see you. He's still in the office.
Okay.
Shepard Estate. Oh, yes, just a minute. Mr. Carter.
Hello? Yes, that's the man, Vincente Torres. Do you remember a watercolor he painted, a portrait of an old woman with a guitar? You do? Do you remember who bought it? You're absolutely certain? Well, thank you.
Oh, you're just the man I've been looking for. They wouldn't let me in the hospital, and you seem to have disappeared since you got out.
Well, I had some important things to do, Ben.
Well, anyhow, you're here now. That's the main thing. Of course, I know it was an accident, boy. You couldn't have done it deliberately.
Couldn't I?
Of course not. But just the same, you've been overworked lately. You're looking all fagged out. It's time you took a rest.
Yes, I could use a rest. A nice long rest.
It's just what I had in mind. As a matter of fact, I'm tired myself. That's why I'm thinking of taking a trip. See something of the world before I get too old.
Sounds like a fine idea, Ben.
It'd be a good idea for you too, Jeff. Why don't you come along with me? The two of us could have a pleasant time together. Leave all our worries behind and take things easy for a while.
What kind of a trip were you thinking of, Ben?
I haven't made up my mind. Where would you like to go?
Oh, an ocean voyage might be nice. If the ship had a low rail and a long drop to the water. Or Niagara Falls might be handy, or the top of the Empire State Building.
Don't talk like that, Jeff. Don't even think of such things.
I wasn't thinking of suicide, Ben. I don't expect to jump. I expect to be pushed.
You're crazy, Jeff. You're talking like a paranoiac.
Where did you get that word, Ben? Did you read it in a book, complete with all the symptoms?
I'm only trying to help you, but if you're going to take this...
Sit down, Ben. Sit down and listen. You had all the tools to work with, didn't you? Your ranch hands who think you're a king will do anything you tell them to. I was out your place yesterday, Ben, looking for Pedro. They told me he didn't work for you anymore. Hadn't since the day after my house burned down. You let him go, didn't you? After he'd done his job.
I'm beginning to think the doctor's right. I'm beginning to believe you do have delusions of persecution.
Paranoia, Ben. You learned the word. Use it. When did you first plant the idea in Hartley's mind? Did you say, I'm a little worried about Jeff, and tap your finger on your forehead?
Jeff, I'm not going to talk to you any longer. You're not in your right... Not while you're in your present mood.
I wouldn't do that if I were you. You haven't answered my questions, Ben. Are they too difficult? Let's see if you can answer an easy one. Whatever happened to that painting that used to hang in your living room, the portrait of an old woman with a guitar?
Wasn't in the living room. It was in my study. Why?
When did you get rid of it, Ben? After it faded? After you found out what a sun lamp can do to a watercolor? Do you want to know who put me on your trail? You did yourself. When you tried to convince me I couldn't trust my memory anymore.
I hate to say this, Jeff, but you can't trust your mind anymore.
Can't I? I made a written list the night I wrapped the hospital plans to make sure nothing was left out. And 17 blueprints were missing when the package was opened by the state board. No one could have tampered with that package but you. No one else knew it would be on my desk overnight.
I didn't know anything.
Yes, you did. I told you. At the country club. You wanted to destroy my faith in my work, didn't you? It was the only thing I had left.
Oh, Jeff, this is ridiculous.
That's what I thought at the beginning. But once I began to suspect you, it all fitted together. I even remembered that your foreman was in the store the day I bought the can of gasoline. That gave you an idea, didn't it?
Yes. It gave me an idea. How do you like your own medicine? How do you like waking up every morning wishing you were dead?
Then you don't deny it anymore.
No. I'm glad you found out. Because you can't do anything about it. Go tell somebody I poisoned your dog. Go say I burned down your house. What they'll think, don't you? They'll think you're crazy.
I don't care about the others. It's what you think that's important. You've been like a father to me, Ben. In a funny kind of way, you still are. What made you change? What made you start to hate me? Was it Vivian?
You killed her. I did everything for you that one man can do for another. And how did you repay me? You murdered her.
Not murder, Ben. Not murder.
A drunken man at the wheel of an automobile. What is he if he isn't a murderer?
Can't go in there. Can't go in there.
No.
Ellen, what are you doing?
Jeff. Mr. Shepherd, this is Mr. Nelson of Fall River, Massachusetts. Last year he was driving through California, and when he reached Pine Cliff, he had an accident on 12 Mile Drive. Is this the man who was driving the car in which the girl was killed?
Well, you said not to say anything when you paid my damages.
Go ahead, answer.
No. No, it wasn't. It was that fella back there.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson.
I tried to keep it from you, Ben. At the party you gave the night before Vivian and I were to be married, I don't know whether you remember or not, I said something to you about the room being a little stuffy. I wanted to go outside for some air. I was really looking for Vivian. I found her, all right. I heard them talking to each other. It wasn't anything new, Ben. It had been going on for years. All the time I was overseas. He was telling her why he'd never marry her. He couldn't. Dodo wouldn't give him a divorce. So she said, we'll run away without a divorce. But I knew I had to stop them if I could. He was going as fast as the curving road would let him. I tried to catch him, but he was driving like a madman. We were coming to the fork where 12 Mile Drive meets the highway. I saw a car approaching on the main road. Ferris didn't see the other car. I knew what was coming, but there was nothing I could do to stop it. I jumped out of my car and ran toward the wreck. He said, do something for her. But there was nothing anyone could do for Vivian. There was only one thing left to do for anybody. I told him to take my car and get away from there. I want you to find out how she died, Ben. Or what she was really like. I'm sorry you had to know, Ben. Even now.
Vivian, I always gave you everything you wanted from the time you were a little girl. You were all I had after your mother ran away. She was no good. I never told you that, did I? Your mother was no good. Now you want to run away, too. You're just like her. The same bad blood.
Jeff, he thinks
I know.
I won't go through that again. I'll kill you first. I'll kill both of us.
My shoulder. Ben, put down that gun.
Put it down.
She ran away. She ran away from me.
Call Dr. Hartley.
Well, you finally fixed me with the old man, didn't you? But you'll never get any of his money now. He's as nutty as a squirrel.
Now get out of here. Get out of Pine Cliff. If I ever see you again, I'll kill you.
Dr. Hartley, this is Ellen Foster. Will you come over to Mr. Shepard's office right away? Yes, it's urgent. Thank you.
It's all right, Ben. Everything's going to be all right.
Well, Doctor, will he live?
He's healing beautifully. No infection, no complications, simple perforation of the deltoid.
And all the time I thought it was my shoulder.
You won't need that thing anymore.
Good.
Yeah. He'll be as good as new in a week.
Tell me about Ben.
Well, Amelia, Ben was the psychopath, of course, from the beginning. I ought to have suspected it, of course. Now he's had what the psychiatrists call a catharsis. He's brought his troubles out into the open. Ellen helped to bring them out when she phoned Fall River. He'll be all right now, in time.
Well, I'm very happy to hear that.
Well, I hate to drag myself away, but the ill and injured are waiting.
I'll see you to your car, Doctor.
Bye, Ellen. Jeff?
Goodbye, Dr.
So long, Doc. And now, young lady, suppose you come along with me. Ellen,
Yes, Jeff?
there's something I've been wanting to ask you.
Yes, Jeff?
How in the world did you ever find that fellow from Fall River?
Oh, I found him in the traffic accident wreckage at the police station.
What made you think of him?
The way you drove your car on 12 Mile Drive the other night. You could never have driven so recklessly with me if you'd been at the wheel when Vivian was killed. Not on the same road in the same place at the same time of night.
You're pretty smart, aren't you?
No.
Yes, you are. You're very smart.
No, I'm not.
Oh, yes, you are.
No, because I thought that you loved her. I thought you loved her all the time.
I never really loved anyone but you.
lady. That's how guys lose their jobs, not collecting fares.
I'm sorry. I guess I'm a little excited.
Thank you, lady.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Mrs. Stewart. Would you give me my husband's room number, please? Lieutenant Stewart.
Lieutenant Stewart.
Yes, he's arriving today. I wired for the reservation. Lieutenant and Mrs. Paul Stewart.
You say you wired for a reservation?
Yes, Mrs. Paul Stewart.
I'm afraid there's been a slip-up. Apparently your wire wasn't received.
But I sent it 3 days ago.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Stewart. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do for you.
You mean I can't stay here?
Well, I wish I could help, but we're completely booked up.
But I've got to stay here. This is the only place we can find each other. I thought for 2 years he was dead, and now I don't know if he's been hurt or what.
Please don't be upset, Mrs. Stewart. Perhaps I can arrange something. Has Mr. Walters checked in yet?
No, sir, not until tomorrow.
Fine, then we can give them 816C for the night. But you will have to leave by noon tomorrow.
Yes, of course. Thank you very much.
Not at all. Will you register, please?
Hello. This is Mrs. Stewart. Did my husband come in? No, thank you.
I've been watching you for months, making a fool of yourself.
I don't think so.
Bringing her here.
Elaine was just about to leave.
I didn't interrupt too soon?
Perhaps it's just as well things worked out like this, Margaret. I've decided to ask you for a divorce.
A divorce?
Well?
Why should I divorce you?
Oh, please, Margaret, let's be sensible. Whatever we had for one another is gone. We've been afraid to admit it before, but it's true. Elaine and I... Well, I love her.
You never loved anyone but yourself.
Please, Margaret.
I was good enough for you once, but now you want someone younger.
It's not that way at all. It's just that I can't go on with you any longer.
All right, Richard. You can have your divorce. You're right. We are strangers. But I have some pride, and no one's going to think you've cast me off like
Margaret.
that. You want your precious Elaine, and you can have her. But people are going to know the truth. I'll start right in by telling the room clerk you've been entertaining your girlfriend in our apartment. Then I'll call the newspapers. Careful, cautious Richard. Destroying everything he is for the sake of a cheap...
Get away from that
you asked
phone,
for it,
Margaret.
and you're going to get it.
Leave that phone
I'll enjoy
alone,
telling
Margaret.
your friends
Leave
what
that
you and your
phone
little
alone.
lovebird have been up to.
I hate you.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
I'm Lieutenant Stewart.
Oh, yes, Lieutenant. We've been expecting you. Your wife's certainly going to be glad to see you, sir. Well, Mr. Blake, this is Lieutenant Stewart. Mr. Blake's our manager.
Lieutenant, you really had us worried. I'm glad you finally got here.
For a while, I wasn't sure we'd make it. The weatherman threw the book at us.
Well, you're in for a real welcome.
816C, boys.
Oh, that's all right. I'd kind of like to surprise her.
Very well, sir.
Thanks. What's the matter? Janet. Janet, it's me. It's Paul. Janet. Hello? Hello, operator. This is Lieutenant Stewart calling. Can you send the house doctor to 816C right away? It's very urgent. Thank you. Well? What is it? What's wrong with her, Doctor?
I'm not sure. I think she's suffering from some sort of shock. I'll be frank with you, Lieutenant. This is a little outside my line.
But there must be something you can do for her.
We ought to call in a nerve specialist, a psychiatrist.
Can you suggest one?
There's a very good man in the hotel, Dr. Cross. If we're lucky, we might find him in. This is Dr. Blair. Will you see if Dr. Cross is in for me? Thanks. Cross has had a lot of experience with this sort of thing. I'm all right for a broken arm or an old-fashioned hangover. But when it comes to the mind, well... hello, Dr. Cross. This is Blair in the hotel. How are you? Say, I've run into something that's right up your alley. One of the guests here's had some sort of shock. No, I don't know what caused it. Oh, would you? Well, that's mighty nice of you. Thanks, Doctor. 816C. He'll be right with us.
She was so alive when I saw her last. I can't quite believe this.
Better snap out of it, Lieutenant. I don't want another patient. Dr. Cross is one of the best men in this part of the country. I'm very happy that he's going to have a look at it.
I don't get it. What could have brought it on?
I wish I could tell you. The mind's a strange instrument. What affects me may not bother you in the slightest. The workings of the mind depend on so many things inside as well as outside. You can't make hard and fast rules.
Well, I suppose it is plausible that she hasn't been feeling well. Worrying about me, not knowing whether I was dead or alive. Then coming here and not finding me.
That'll be Dr. Cross. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
I appreciate your promptness.
Not at all. The sooner you get to a case of shock, the better.
This is Lieutenant Stewart, Dr. Cross.
How do you do, Lieutenant?
Thanks for coming, Doctor. My wife is in the bedroom. She doesn't know me. She doesn't seem to know anything.
Were you here when it happened?
I just got in a few minutes ago. When I opened the door, she was sitting on the divan. Her eyes were wide open. She was staring at nothing.
Did you notice anything peculiar about her actions when you saw her last?
I've been a prisoner of war for 2 years. I've just come home.
Oh, I see.
She's had a rugged time of it, all right. First thinking I was dead, then hearing from me. On top of all that, my plane was 12 hours late.
Would you say that she was a nervous, imaginative girl?
No, sir. I've known her all my life. We came from the same small town in Michigan. Went to school together. She's just a nice kid. What's wrong with her, Doctor?
She's had a nervous collapse, went into shock. Where did you find her?
In the living room.
In the living room? You said she was sitting on the divan.
Yes, right here.
I see.
What do you think it have caused it, Doctor?
Well, that's difficult to say. You have no idea how long she might have been sitting there.
No. Oh, the clerk did say she phoned out about 1 in the morning.
Between 1 and 8:30.
What difference does that make, Doctor? The important thing is what can you do for her?
It's hard for a doctor to make promises. We can only do our best. Are you living permanently at the hotel?
No, as a matter of fact, we've got to clear out by noon.
Oh, I see. But then I'd better take her to my place. She's going to need someone with her night and day.
Dr. Cross has a private sanatorium just out of town.
I see.
Believe me, Lieutenant, it's best for her.
But there must be a hospital here in San Francisco. I'd like to be near her.
Of course. But I'm at my place every day. It's in the country, and she'll get plenty of fresh air and quiet.
If I were you, Lieutenant, I'd listen to Dr. Cross.
Okay. You men know best. Just get her well again.
I was getting ready to leave when you called. I'll take Mrs. Stewart up with me now. Hello, this is Dr. Cross. Will you get my office, please?
I'm going along with her, Doctor.
I'd rather you waited, Lieutenant, until I've been able to give her a thorough examination. It's quite possible your presence may excite her and do her more harm than good.
It's just that it's been so long since I've seen her.
Why don't you drive up with me tomorrow? Miss Jordan, will you call the hospital and tell Miss Hatfield to have a room ready for a new patient? We'll be there shortly. Yes, that's right. You pick us up at the hotel. Right. You'd better pack a bag for your wife, Lieutenant.
Thanks, Doctor.
I'm from Dr. Cross's office. We would pick up a patient.
Oh, yes. They're on their way down now.
Thank you. Your car's waiting, Doctor.
Thank you. This is Miss Jordan from my office, Lieutenant Stewart.
How do you do, Lieutenant?
Mrs. Stewart has had a nervous collapse.
What a shame. Don't you worry, Lieutenant. We'll soon have her well again.
You'll call for me in the morning, right?
Yes, I'll pick you up at 11:30. Put her to bed and have Dr. Stevens give her an injection of scopolamine.
Yes, Doctor.
Miss Hatfield,
Good morning, Doctor.
your patient is coming in at the ambulance entrance. You have a room ready?
Yes, I have, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Doctor. How is she?
Quite relaxed, sir. What's your trouble?
Amnesia shock. She's had her injection.
Yes, Doctor. She's ready to talk now.
Thank you. That'll be all. I'm Dr. Cross, Mrs. Stewart. I'm your friend. I'm here to help you. I want you to think. You're going to remember things now. You went to meet your husband at the Belmont Arms. Do you remember that? You were worried about Paul. He didn't arrive on time. You were too nervous to sleep. Did you walk out on the balcony?
Yes. I walked out on the balcony.
See, you can remember. Now, what did you see from the balcony?
They were quarreling.
You heard them distinctly?
I...
Did you hear them distinctly?
He's trying to stop her. He's going to hit her. He's hitting her head. He's killing her.
Who's hurting the woman?
That man. He's her husband. He's killing her.
Well? She knows, Elaine. She remembers. Her room was opposite my apartment. She walked out on the balcony. She heard everything.
Yes? Can you come now, Doctor? They're having trouble with Mr. Ivers again.
Yes. Darling, I didn't think you'd ever get here. I love you.
You've got a headache. I can tell from your eyes.
Yes, it's bursting.
You did it?
Yes. Yes, I did it. It was horrible, Elaine. I had the porter take the trunk down. I told the hotel manager I was joining my wife in Carmel for a few days to ship the trunk to my lodge.
No one knew she was in town last night?
No, she came up the back way. She wanted to surprise us, remember?
You're not sorry. Are you?
I wish I'd called the police. I lost my head. I didn't mean to kill her. There was no premeditation. But now I've concealed her body. I've shipped the trunk to my lodge. And you know as well as I do there's only one answer for that. I shouldn't have listened to you, Elaine.
Think, darling. What would have happened if you'd called the police? Manslaughter means 20 years. What would that have done to you, to us?
I don't know.
Would you have wanted it that way? Now no one knows. We're safe.
You're forgetting Janet Stewart, aren't you? She knows. What if she talks?
I haven't forgotten her. She can't tell what she's seen as long as she's in this condition, can she?
Shock will wear off in a couple of weeks at the most.
It'll wear off if you let it, Dick.
Elaine, I'm a doctor.
She'll talk only if you let her. You mean too much to me. It's the only way out, Dick. It's the one and only way out for us.
I don't know, Elaine. I've got to think. Good morning, Mrs. Penny.
Good morning, Doctor.
You're looking very well today.
Thank you, Doctor. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning, Miss Hatfield. This is Lieutenant Stewart. Miss Hatfield's our head nurse.
How do you do, Lieutenant?
Is Miss Jordan with Mrs. Stewart?
Yes, she is, Doctor.
Good morning, Lieutenant.
Janet. Darling, it's me. It's Paul. I'm home, dear.
She's worse. Not really. She was restless, and we gave her a sedative. You've got to be patient, Lieutenant. It's going to take time. And you must try to stop thinking of your wife as she was. You see, when you were reported killed, she had a terrible time adjusting herself, but she did. Then when the news came that you were alive and on your way home, it was hard for her subconscious to accept that because the first adjustment had been so difficult. Then, of course, when your plane was late, she thought she'd been tricked, that you'd never sent that wire.
Don't try and let me off easily, Doctor. Give it to me straight. Tell me, can you help her?
That's a very difficult question to answer. Sit down, Lieutenant. The mind is a delicate, fragile thing. It's almost as intangible as faith. And that's what you're going to need. A lot of faith in yourself and in your wife and in me.
Please don't think I haven't faith in you, Doctor, because I have. But yesterday, after you left with Janet, I needed someone to talk to.
Of course.
So I went to the Army hospital and I talked with some of the doctors. I told them Janet was in your care. They said that I couldn't find a better man. But, well, you know how it is. I figured that maybe two minds might be better than one. And I asked if another opinion mightn't help.
Well, that's perfectly understandable. If you want a consultant, by all means, bring one in.
Thanks. They recommended Dr. Franklin Harvey.
Harvey? Well, I studied under him. He's probably the best man in his field.
Oh, that's swell, Doctor. I was a little embarrassed. I didn't want you to think that...
Not at all. I'll phone Dr. Harvey and have him out here.
Good. Well, I might as well go back to town. If it's all right, I'll run out again tomorrow.
For Mrs. Stewart's sake, I'm going to have to ask you to observe our regular visiting days, Sundays and Thursdays. I'll phone Dr. Harvey and try to have him out here Thursday so that you can talk with him then.
Okay, we'll make it Thursday.
Oh, I thought you'd like to know, Lieutenant. She's resting quite easily now.
Thanks. Goodbye, Doctor. Miss Jordan.
Goodbye.
Stewart. You're going out on that balcony again, Mrs. Stewart. You're looking into the other apartment. You're listening to the argument. Do you remember what happened to the woman? He's hitting her. He's hitting her with the candlestick. And now he's hitting you.
Oh.
Hitting you with the candlestick. Hitting your head again and again. The candlestick killing you. Soon you won't be able to remember anything. You can't hear the sound now. You can't hear anything. You can't hear. You can't remember. You can't remember. You can't remember. Edward's condition is deteriorating rapidly. If this continues, we will have to take steps to put him in a more suitable institution.
She's exhausted. You haven't got far to go.
Lane, do you think you could manage it here alone for the weekend?
Certainly. Why?
The trunk should be there tomorrow.
I've been wondering. There are no servants at the lodge. What'll happen when the trunk is delivered and there's no one to receive it?
Nothing. They'll just leave it on the back porch.
When are you leaving?
Tomorrow. Dr. Harvey's due here this afternoon.
Harvey? Coming here for what?
Stewart requested a consultation.
You're not going to let him examine her.
Of course. How would it have looked if I'd said no?
But he might discover something.
He has no reason to be suspicious.
You can't risk it. I won't let you.
I know what I'm doing, Elaine.
Darling, you're not thinking clearly.
I've never seen things so clearly before in my whole life.
You'll send me a report on her spinal test?
Yes, Dr. Harvey.
And the other specimens?
Yes.
You know, Richard, I'm not sure I completely agree this was all brought on by her husband's late arrival. That was a contributing circumstance. I feel there may have been something else.
Well, that's always possible, of course, sir. But I found no evidence of it.
Just speculation.
Will you have a cigar, sir?
Yes, thank you. Let's continue the present treatment and see how she comes along.
Yes.
I notice, Richard, you've been giving her sedatives.
Yes, I have. She's been pretty difficult at times.
I'd go easy on them. If she's under sedation, there's no way of knowing when she comes back to normal.
No, I'd plan to take her off them within the next 24 hours.
Fine. By the way, how's Margaret?
I'm joining her at the lodge.
Give her my regards when you see her.
I will, thank you, sir.
Well, I'd better talk with the young man. Sometimes I wonder which are more difficult, patients or their families.
Hiya, beautiful.
Hi.
Yeah, what a night. You don't happen to know a blonde who'd like to relax with me, do you? That's what I thought you'd say.
Coffee?
Please. And poor Edwards, these storms don't do him any good. He kept ducking into his closet and slamming the door after him. Finally had to lock it. How's your patient?
All right, I guess.
I was talking with her husband. It's kind of tough coming home and finding a wife in that condition.
Yes.
Can't figure Dr. Cross's treatment. Why keep the poor guy from seeing his wife? I think it would have helped snap her out of it if she saw more of him.
Dr. Cross doesn't want to get her excited. After all, the attack was brought on by worry over him.
Yeah.
That was close.
time to turn in. So you better tuck your patient in bed and get a good night's sleep.
Yes, I should be up there now.
Tell me, is it true that doctors get a night off once in a while?
If you had a night off, you wouldn't know what to do with it.
Wouldn't I? Wouldn't I?
Good night, Doctor.
Good night.
Well, another stormy weekend. It is my night off. Well, anyway, the rain will help Jane on her day off.
Mr. Edwards, you shouldn't be in here. Come, I'll take you back.
Don't Don't be afraid. We won't let the storm hurt you. You're coming back to your room, aren't you, Mr. Edwards? Aren't you, Mr. Edwards? That's fine. Come along. Take care of him, Frank.
Yes, Doctor. Come along, sir.
Are you all right, Elaine?
Yes. There, Mrs. Stewart, it's all over.
Oh, he killed her. He hit her on the head and he killed her. Her husband killed her.
This became very violent last night. This morning we found that he had a key hidden away. I ordered the lock on his door to be changed. As for Mrs. Stewart, she's suffering from hallucinations. She keeps insisting that she witnessed a murder, which obviously... Come in? Oh, hello, Lieutenant.
They told me I'd find you here. I hope I'm not interrupting.
Not at all. It's kind of rough, isn't it?
Yeah. She's out of her head. She's got a crazy idea she saw a murder. What am I going to do?
You're going to sit tight. She's in good hands.
So they keep telling me, but... Oh, she's getting worse. I'm thinking of taking her back to San Francisco, to a hospital there.
I wouldn't do that if I were you, Lieutenant. Dr. Cross is tops. You know that. You brought Harvey in to consult. You can't do any better than that.
But I can't just sit around and watch her get worse. I've got to do something.
Lieutenant, I wouldn't try to kid you for the world. So far, we've tried to snap her out of it with quiet and rest and simple foods. Well, there are a dozen other things we can do. Electric therapy, insulin shock.
Insulin shock? They use that in the Army on guys who blow their tops.
Sure they do, because it often helps. But you're not going to turn it down on that account, are you?
No.
Well, relax. The setup here is perfect. Everybody's rooting for you. Now, just take it easy.
You mean that? Okay. Say, put in a couple of extra licks, Doc. I'd kind of like to take her home soon.
Okay, Lieutenant. We'll do everything we possibly can for her.
Goodbye, Doctor.
Goodbye.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
Look at this. Mrs. Cross is dead.
What? The body of Mrs. Margaret Cross, wife of the noted psychiatrist, has just been recovered from its resting place among the rocks at Point Lobos. Mrs. Cross has been missing since Friday night. Coroner Jess Haynes has pronounced the death accidental.
Good morning, Doctor. You have our deepest sympathy.
Thank you.
I'm terribly sorry, Doctor.
Thank you.
Will you come in, Miss Jordan?
Yes, sir. You're the perfect picture of a heartbroken husband.
Am I?
I've missed you.
Driving back, there was time to think. I got to thinking about you. I asked myself, is she worth what I've done?
Well? That was a very satisfactory answer.
How did things go while I was away?
Oh, darling, things are going so well I can hardly believe it.
What do you mean?
Mr. Edwards got out during the storm. He went into a room.
What?
He went after me. I struggled with him. She woke up and confused Mr. Edwards with you. She was thrown back into that night at the hotel.
Oh, Elaine, that undoes everything I've tried to do.
No, Stevens and Miss Hatfield heard her. They're convinced she's insane. Now, no matter what she says, they'll think she has hallucinations.
I see.
But you don't see, darling. Before you were trying to make a threat. Now she can talk her head off and no one will believe her. If we can encourage her to talk, convince her husband that she's insane, we can keep her here as long as it suits us. Then have her committed.
Darling. Janet, darling. It's me. Wake up. I'm here, dear.
I've waited all night for you, darling. What took you so long?
Don't worry, I'm with you now.
We have to be out by morning, Paul. They won't let us stay.
Lieutenant Stewart. You shouldn't be in here.
Paul! It's him!
Who is it, dear?
Him! He killed her. He killed his wife. He picked something up, Paul, and he hit her with it. He was arguing with her, and he killed her.
I know, dear. You've upset her, Lieutenant. You shouldn't have come in here. Come outside with me. Give her a hypodermic, nurse.
Don't leave me here. You'll kill me. Come back. Paul, no.
What is it, Doctor? What's happened to her? Lieutenant, I'm going to be perfectly frank with you. What you've just heard is something I've been afraid of. There are times when patients emerging from amnesia suffer from delusions. It doesn't happen often. I'd hoped it wouldn't happen in her case, but you heard it yourself. But why? Well, that's hard to explain. But if you come with me, I think I might be able to clarify it for you.
Hello, Mrs. Penny.
Good day, Doctor.
How are you feeling today?
Just fine, Doctor, just fine.
That's a lovely thing you're knitting there.
It's a shawl for one of my friends.
Everyone here treating you well?
Oh, yes, they're very nice to me. Dr. Stevens hasn't tried to kill me with that needle for a long while now. Neither has Miss Hatfield.
Haven't I told you many times, Mrs. Penny, that no one here is trying to kill you?
Oh, yes, they are. You all want to kill me. You're murderers, all of you. But I've learned. I'm too smart for you.
What you've just heard, Lieutenant, for the second time, is the typical attitude of many of our patients towards the hospital staff.
But that old lady, she seemed all right.
Mrs. Penny is suffering from a paranoid form of dementia precox, characterized either by delusions of grandeur or delusions of persecution, or both. The patient, when confined to the hospital, almost invariably becomes convinced that the doctors and nurses who are treating him are really murderers intent on killing him. This delusion is quite common among mental cases in an institution of this sort.
Are you trying to tell me my wife is out of her mind?
No. Out of the mind denotes complete loss of reason. Mrs. Stewart hasn't reached that stage.
But she's got the same crazy idea as the other patients.
Right now, she's merely suffering delusions. However, I feel it's only fair to tell you, Lieutenant, that this condition can become worse. Our fight now is to prevent further deterioration of her mind.
You've got to help her, Doctor. You've got to get her well again.
I'll do everything I can. Believe me.
Come now, Mrs. Stewart, you shouldn't be out of bed.
Will you help me, please? Please, please help me. Get the police here, please.
We don't need the police, Mrs. Stewart. You come along with me and everything will be all
You
right.
don't understand. There's nothing the matter with me. I want the police. That doctor's a murderer.
But you go back to bed and we'll call them.
Don't talk to me as if I were crazy. I'm telling you the truth.
Orderly. Now come along, Mrs. Stewart. No one is going to hurt you. Everything is going to be all right. Orderly.
Let me go. No. I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy.
I wish you could have been there to see her yourself.
Yes, I heard about it this morning.
She had the usual delusions. She kept insisting that you were a murderer. You know how they get. She wanted me to call the police. For a moment, she became very violent. I had to give her a sedative. I think we ought to do something about her.
I agree with you, Doctor. I'll be in to see her in a few minutes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
There, you see? Everything worked out just as we planned.
Yes.
Well, smile, darling. It's fallen right in our lap. You don't seem particularly pleased.
I am. Of course I am, Elaine.
Well, what are you going to do?
I'm going to try to find something that will convince her that she's insane. You'd better get back to her now, darling. I'll be over in a few minutes.
Right.
You feeling any better today?
I'm all right. There's nothing the matter with me.
Miss Jordan tells me that you're still talking about some woman I'm supposed to have killed. I've asked you to stop thinking about such things, Mrs. Stewart.
But it was your own wife.
If I can prove to you that you couldn't have seen me kill my wife, would you believe that this is a delusion you've been suffering from?
You were arguing with her about a divorce.
If you will look at the date on this newspaper, Mrs. Stewart, you will see that my wife died only a week ago. You've been a patient here for over 3 weeks now.
3 weeks?
That's right. So you see, this has all been a very vivid dream. You must fight these dreams, Mrs. Stewart, or they're going to become worse, and we don't want that to happen.
My mind is all right.
It's not all right, Mrs. Stewart. Your mind is sick, and it's getting worse.
My mind is all right.
You wouldn't want your husband to see you in that condition, would you? He doesn't even want to see you when you're like this. You're losing your mind, Mrs. Stewart.
No, no.
Losing your mind.
Thank you, Miss Hatfield.
Dr. Cross,
Yes?
there's someone in your office to see you.
Did I have an appointment?
No, sir. He's from the district attorney's office of Monterey.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Dr. Cross?
Yes?
How are you? My name's O'Neill. I'm with the district attorney's office in Monterey County.
Oh, yes. What can I do for you?
It's in connection with your wife's death, Doctor.
I thought the case had been closed.
Something happened this week that made us consider the possibility that your wife didn't fall into that chasm by accident.
I don't understand.
A couple of days ago, someone broke into Harwood Lodge, beat Mrs. Harwood into unconsciousness, and made off with her valuables. We caught the thief day before yesterday.
But what has that to do with Mrs. Cross's death?
It may not have anything to do with it. It occurred to us that since the lodge was so close to your place, the man who clubbed Mrs. Harwood may have paid a visit to your wife. You've lived around Point Lobos for nearly 10 years. Mrs. Cross spent much of her time there. She must have known those cliffs pretty well, even at night.
Yes. I'd hate to think that
I'm not saying it was murder, Doctor. I'm just checking.
Of course. I'll do everything I can to help you.
I knew you'd feel that way about it. Have you checked your place to see if anything was missing?
I'm sure there isn't, or I'd have noticed it.
If it's all right with you, Doctor, we'd like to have Mrs. Cross's body exhumed.
But the coroner said...
It was only a routine examination.
Well, I don't know if that's necessary, Mr. O'Neill. You've got your man.
All we've got is a drunken old tramp who clubbed Mrs. Harwood and stole a little money and jewelry. We can't know about Mrs. Cross unless the body's exhumed.
But it seems almost sacrilegious. Hasn't she been through enough? Haven't I?
I'd hope you'd be more understanding, Doctor. Naturally, we'll get a court order, but it would be much simpler if you... If this tramp killed your wife, you want to see him punished, don't you?
Of course.
Then you can't conscientiously object to the exhumation.
No. No, Mr. O'Neill, I can't. If the man is guilty, he must be punished, of course.
Thank you, Doctor. You'll hear from me one way or the other within the next few days. Thank you for your cooperation.
Darling, I've been so worried I didn't know what had happened to you. Where've you been?
City.
When you weren't here for dinner, I began to worry. What did the man from the district attorney's office want?
They're going to exhume Margaret's body.
You're not going to let them.
I had nothing to say about it. They'd get a court order.
But why are they? I don't
think some prowler may have killed her.
Prowler?
They weren't looking for anything before. She slipped and fell and fractured her skull against the rocks. Now they may discover it wasn't the fall that killed her.
They can't prove anything.
No. Once they start asking questions, That's why I went to the city. I had to make sure that I hadn't overlooked anything in the apartment. Why didn't I report it in the first place? Why did I let you talk me into it? If it weren't for that Stewart girl, if they start asking questions and find her...
Maybe they won't find her. We've taken care of everything else so far. If we have to, we'll take care of her, too. And you're not helping matters acting this way.
If a man wanted to, if he had courage, he could get rid of her and no one would ever know. Doctor has an advantage. I could give her insulin shock treatment. Shock treatment's indicated in a case like hers. I could give her 4 injections. Then with the last one, an overdose. No one would ever know the difference.
And we'd be safe. No matter what the district attorney's office found, we'd be safe. They'd have nothing on us, Richard. We could get married then. You'd be yourself again, Richard. We'd find peace and quiet here, just the two of us.
You don't think I'd do it, do you?
Why not? Is her life more important than ours?
I've had enough. Look, Elaine, I can't go on like this. Things keep piling up. First it was Margaret, and then tricking that child so that she'd forget. Then convincing her that she was insane. There's a limit beyond which even I can't go.
Richard, remember the first night I came here? Remember? You were alone. You were sitting here in front of the fireplace with a sick headache. The lights were out. You didn't hear me when I knocked, and I opened the door, and you said, "Oh, it's you, Miss Jordan." You called me Miss Jordan then, remember? I told you I had to see you about Mrs. Penny's prescription. You talked to me, and you saw that I was tired, and you asked me if I wouldn't have a drink. I hesitated, and you said, "I won't bite your head off, Miss Jordan." We had a drink. Remember? You sat here for a long time, and then suddenly you laughed and you said your headache was gone. And you asked me about my family, and I told you. And we both laughed. Remember? Then you took me in your arms. I know you remember that.
I won't do it, Elaine. I won't do it.
Just a minute, I'm coming.
Hello, Doctor.
Come in.
I hope you hadn't gone to bed.
No.
They told me at the hospital I'd find you here.
I didn't expect to see you so soon, Mr. O'Neill. I thought you'd phone me if there were any developments.
I had to serve the papers.
Oh, yes?
Coroner's inquest subpoena. Now it's legal.
What did the coroner find?
Your wife was murdered, Doctor.
Oh? Are you sure?
Yes, sir.
Sit down, Mr. O'Neill.
She was beaten over the head, suffered an explosive fracture. Death was practically instantaneous.
This prowler you told me about, you think he did it?
Seems so. He clubbed Mrs. Harwood. Your wife went out the same way. A pattern. Killers usually follow a pattern.
You don't know how she was killed? I mean, the weapon?
She was struck with a candlestick.
A candlestick? Are you sure?
A heavy silver one.
How can you know?
Microscope. There were particles of silver in the wound. They told us it was a silver object. There were bits of wax mixed in with the silver. They told us it was a candlestick. Must have been a heavy candlestick to have done the damage. Just routine, Doctor.
A criminal doesn't have much of a chance these days, does he?
No, sir. By the way, do you have any silver candlesticks at the lodge?
We might have.
I'd like your permission to go through the house. The murderer may have left the candlestick behind, in which case we'll get fingerprints. If he got rid of the weapon, we may be able to find the mate. Then we'll know what to look for.
Of course. Go right ahead.
Thanks. Now, if we can find the candlestick, our troubles are over. By the way, when did you see Mrs. Cross last? Alive, I mean.
Oh, a couple of weeks before she was killed. Why?
Can you place it a little more definitely?
I think so. Things had been piling up around here, and I needed a change. So I drove down to Point Lobos on a Friday night.
Anyone see you?
I don't think so. Why?
We're trying to fix the exact time of her death.
Well, I'm not sure anyone saw me. I drove down there on Friday night, left there around 9:30 Saturday night.
Well, it's not too important.
Naturally, I want to do everything I can to help you, Mr. O'Neill. If I think of anything, I'll get in touch with you.
Thanks. Sorry to bother you so late.
That's all right.
See you at the inquest. Good night, Doctor.
Good night.
What's the matter, Richard? You haven't been yourself lately. Something on your mind? Darling, what's happening with us? Richard, I must speak to you. People are talking about you and that nurse, Miss Jordan. How do you like my hair, Richard? Of course, I've had it dyed. Everyone says it makes me look years younger.
I could give her 4 injections. Then with the last one, an overdose.
Then we'd be safe. No matter what the district attorney's office found, we'd be safe.
Get me Lieutenant Stewart, please. Treatment itself consists of a series of shocks brought on by injections of insulin. The dosage and the degree of shock is gradually increased until we've reached what we feel is the limit the patient's system can stand.
Well, if you do give Janet this insulin, how certain can you be that it'll help her?
I'm neither a miracle man nor a prophet, Lieutenant. If medicine were an exact science and not an art, I might be able to tell you.
But you think there's a chance?
Yes, I do.
I have seen it work in the Army. All right, Doctor, go ahead and try it.
Fine. We'll begin the treatment tomorrow morning. Give her about an hour and a half. We'll bring her out now.
No, please.
Dr. Harvey in?
Yes, he's in. Do you have an appointment?
I'll be glad to consult with you, Doctor.
I'm sorry to break in this way.
But my secretary will make the appointment.
I had to see you, Doctor. It's about my wife. She's been getting insulin shock treatments.
Now, just a moment, young man. Oh, it's Lieutenant Stewart. Well, we've had some wonderful results with insulin.
But after 3 treatments, she still insists she saw Dr. Cross murder his wife with a candlestick.
Murder his wife?
Yes, and she says he's trying to kill her now.
Well, that's a very common delusion.
Mrs. Cross is dead, and Dr. Cross did live in our hotel.
You and the Crosses were in the same hotel?
In the Belmont Arms.
I see. And when was it she said that? Yesterday?
Yes, after the treatment.
You realize it's hard to make generalizations. But as a rule, the patient is completely normal immediately after insulin shock. They may relapse into their hallucination after this lucid period. But for that moment, no matter how bad the case, the patient speaks the truth.
You're telling me in your own way that Janet's normal. That she's got something on Cross, and he's pretending she's crazy to save his own neck.
I'm not saying quite that, but,
Will you read this, Doctor?
Get Dr. Cross at his sanatorium, please. It seems inconceivable. Hello, Dr. Cross.
I'm sorry, Dr. Harvey. Dr. Cross is with Mrs. Stewart. No, sir, this is Dr. Stevens' day off.
I see. Thank you. Well, Lieutenant, I think a trip is in order.
She's the only one who knows, Richard. No matter what O'Neill says or anyone else, if she's out of the way, we've nothing to worry about. They can hint and guess all they want, but without her, they have nothing.
Can't do it, Lane. Dexterous. I've got to bring her out of it.
No. No, you can't. Dick, you can't.
Dexterous, Elaine. I've got to save her. I've got
You
to.
can. I won't let you. We've got to go through with this.
Don't you understand? I can't go through with it.
Her life or ours. No one will ever know.
Elaine.
Richard, listen to me.
Let go of her.
Richard, I love you. Richard!
Dr. Cross, where is he?
Mrs. Stewart.
Come along, I may need you. Adrenaline, quickly. Don't worry, son. She'll come out of it in a couple of hours, and you'll be able to take her home in 2 or 3 days.
I'm very grateful to you, Doctor. Oh, Janet, darling.
September 13th. In the case of Janet Stewart. I gave her insulin shock again today, for the 4th time. Can you give me a minute? Thank you. Dr. Harvey completed the treatment successfully, and the case is closed.
She whispered to me a story last fall about Mr. Albert Frederic. I used to drive him around a lot in winter. He was a lawyer, that man. Grove Burnett. I don't like him very much. Just the same, he had lots of money. And he likes music. He discovered a young musician by the name of Michel Lacoste. Poor Michel. He don't have much money, and he has a hard time living with the crazy wife and trying to make music. And there was a girl, Miss Roberts, an American. She was a writer, too. She was a nice girl. Oh, she was as pretty as my granddaughter, Marie Therese.
L'Information, city desk. Yes? Yes, go ahead. Accident, 5:20 p.m. Hotel Dieu Hospital. Renee Broncourt. Where? What age? Hit by truck? Is it critical? Yes. Yes, that's right. I have it. Thank you. Hello. This was phoned in from the Hotel d'Air Hospital. Is it worth anything?
Rennie Broncourt. Yes, there may be a story there. She was a very famous actress who left the stage years ago when her fiancé, Robert Marchand, died in an accident at Montmorency Falls.
All right. Shall I see her?
Yes, and look up Albert Frederick.
The lawyer?
That's right. He was a friend of theirs. I'd like you to do a feature on her career, and he can help you. And this will introduce you to him.
Okay, boss. Hotel d'Air it is.
Who is it? It's a young lady from a newspaper. Do you wish to speak with her?
I'm glad the newspapers haven't forgotten me entirely.
How could they forget anyone as famous as you?
5 minutes only, please.
Miss Broncourt, I have a picture here from our files. Do you remember it?
Oh, yes. Yes. It was taken the week before Robert was killed.
Robert Marchand, your fiancé, I know. The accident at Montmorency Falls.
Oh, it was no accident. He was killed.
Oh, please, lie back. It wasn't an accident. There was an inquiry.
He was murdered. They said I was insane. They put me away.
Miss Broncourt, who? Who did this to you? Who claimed you were insane?
Years later, they let me out. They said I was harmless then. I've lived in fear, dreadful fear, day and night. Day and night. Day and night.
You must rest. You mustn't excite yourself.
Day and night.
You'll have to leave now.
Oh, but this is important. Just another minute, please.
I'm sorry.
May I come back tomorrow?
Maybe.
Mr. Albert Frederick, please. Mr. Dulon of L'Information sent me.
Will you come in?
Thank you.
This way, please. If you'll wait in here. Ask her to wait, please. Very well, sir.
It's no good. Oh, I thought it a delightful motif. I wish you'd finish.
Please don't be polite to me.
Oh, your artists are never satisfied with yourself. Now, Michel, you really should be on top of the world. Finally, your concerto will be performed, and it is a great piece of music.
It could be.
Now, let's drink to your success.
My success.
Is it as bad as all that? Why don't you confide in me? You are all upset. You want to keep it within your four walls, but sometimes the walls are much thinner than one thinks. What's the matter with Blanche?
We just can't get along, that's all.
Another man?
No, there's no other man, no other woman. It's just between her and me.
Well, what is between her and you?
I don't know where to begin and where to end.
Hysteria? I'm an old lawyer. I've looked into many unhappy marriages. There are only a few basic causes.
No, it isn't Blanche's fault. You see, it all started when she realized that her voice wasn't good enough for a career.
That's unfortunate, but doesn't she realize that she's the wife of a man with a great talent, a great future?
She hates my music.
Well, she envies you. You have something, and her life is empty.
She hates me, and that makes her think that I hate her. Do you want to listen to another record? It's not exactly music.
What is it?
Wait. This is what I heard this morning.
To whom it may concern, I, Blanche Lacoste, living in constant fear of death, with which my husband threatens me, want it known that should I be found dead, it was his doing. Blanche Lacoste.
I wouldn't take this too seriously. Maybe she found this device in a mystery book. You smoke too much. You worry too much. Try to muddle along until after the concert, and then we'll attack your marital problem. On the strength of this, we should be able to force a separation.
It's hopeless.
Michel, you can't go on like this. I know, I can foretell. Today you are sorry for her. You made a mistake and you want to carry the responsibilities. But one day it'll be too much. One day you will hate her. She's driving you to a crisis. Oh, you must excuse me for a few minutes. Somebody's waiting for me. Why don't you help yourself to another drink?
No, thank you. I must go now. I don't want her to be alone too long.
If you cannot find peace at your home, I can always put you up.
Thanks, Albert. You're very generous to me, as always.
You know why? Because I believe that someday you'll be a very famous man, and I want to be mentioned in your biography. I am very vain, Michel.
Good night.
Good night. Miss Roberts?
Mr. Frederick?
How do you do?
Good evening.
Won't you come into the library? I confess to a prejudice for open fires on a night like this. So you are working for my old friend, you know?
Yes. He seems awfully nice.
Very charming. I've known him for more years than I care to remember.
Oh, surely you're a good deal younger than Mr. Durand.
Well, in spirit at least. May I offer you a brandy?
Oh, I'm afraid I haven't time, Mr. Frederick. You see, we go to press at midnight.
My dear Miss Roberts, it has taken this brandy 68 years to reach its full flavor. I'm sure you can spare it 5 minutes.
Well, if you insist. But I'm very anxious to get all the information I can on Renee Brancourt. And since you knew her and Robert Marchand so well, I thought...
Renee Brancourt?
The actress. She was taken to the Hotel Dieu this evening.
To a hospital?
Yes. She was hit by a car. I don't think they expect her to live.
Poor Renee. Tragic end to a tragic career. You bring back sad memories. She was to have married my dearest friend, and then he died in an accident.
Yes, I know. She told me.
She told you? You talked with her?
Yes, just for a few minutes, though. I'm going to see her again tomorrow. She evidently doesn't believe that Marchand's death was an accident. In fact, she seems to be convinced.
Yes. Yes, I know poor Renee's fixation. But naturally, there was a very complete investigation at the time of the inquest, so...
Evidently, you agree, Mr. Frederick, that the shock unbalanced her mind?
My dear Miss Roberts, I'm not an expert. But 2 of our leading doctors agreed that it had. So there was nothing else to do but accept their opinions.
I suppose you're right, but there was something about the way she talked. And I think she knows the end isn't far away. Doctors are no doctors. It's hard to believe.
It is hard. And it's heartbreaking. I must telephone the hospital and see if there's anything I can do for her.
Oh, I've upset you. I'm sorry. Mr. Durand thought, well, maybe you'd be able to give me some personal details.
I am upset.
This comes as rather a severe shock. I'm afraid there isn't really anything I could do for you right now. But supposing I called you around in a couple of days, and then, if you don't mind coming back.
No, I'd be glad to. Thanks for all your kindness to me.
Oh, I assure you it was nothing. At least I've had the good fortune of making your acquaintance.
Thanks again. Good night.
Good night, Miss Roberts, but not goodbye, I trust. Hotel Dieu?
Yes? Yes? Oh, are you a relative? I see. Well, I'm sorry to tell you that Miss Broncourt died half an hour ago.
Oh. Thank you. Mr. Durand, please.
Hello?
Hello, Edward. This is Albert. Albert Frederick. I want to congratulate you on your taste in reporters. As you get older, it's improving.
Maybe you're just getting more appreciative the older you get. Charming, obviously. Also a good reporter, which is something else again.
No doubt. But seriously, my friend, why assign a reporter to reopen old wounds? Poor Robert is dead for 20 years, and I just heard that a half an hour ago, René Brancourt passed away. Why not let them rest in peace?
Yes, I think you're right, Albert. Maybe just a brief obituary might be best.
That's right. Thank you. Good night.
Good night, Albert.
Mr. Frederick was most charming.
I was just speaking to him. He told me René Brancourt just died.
Oh, no. Poor thing. Mr. Frederick must have phoned the hospital right after I left. He's a very interesting man, your friend.
Yes, he's a connoisseur. He's a great believer in beauty. Nobody in the city does more for the arts. Incidentally, I don't think we'll be running that story on René Brancourt.
Oh, now wait. There's front page news in this René Brancourt story. Read that.
No, we're just printing an obituary.
All right. That's what Mr. Frederick wants.
That's what I want.
Okay, boss. You're the editor. On your forehead, Mr. Durand.
Huh? Oh, how did you know?
Maybe I'm psychic.
Miss Roberts, somebody wants to see you.
For me?
Yes.
Good evening. You wanted to see me?
Yes. I'm sorry to tell you that Miss Broncourt...
Yes, I know.
Well, she made me promise to bring you these. And she said not to give them to anyone but you.
Keys?
Yes. To her room. 117 sous le cap.
117 sous le cap. Where's Renee Broncourt's room?
She's not home.
I know. I have to get some things from her room.
Upstairs, number 7.
Thank you. You'd better lend me one of your 9 lives. You just frightened me out of one of mine. I bet you're hungry. I'll let you out when I leave.
You found what you wanted?
Oh, yeah. Thank you. I was just leaving. Oh, by the way, there's a little kitten in there. I don't think she's been fed today.
Oh, don't worry about her. His face is full of mice.
Excuse me, Jean. Could we have a little more expression from the strings?
Certainly, monsieur.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, the last 6 bars, please.
Mr. Lacoste, your wife's on the phone.
Again? I'm sorry.
We'll wait for Monsieur Lacoste.
Hello? Yes. But you just told me. Listen, Blanche, will you please stop calling me? No, I'm not absent-minded, and you don't have to remind me 3 times when you want to have something done. Listen, if you just leave me alone for 5 minutes, we will be able to finish the run-through. Yes, I will stop at the drugstore and pick up your prescription on my way home. All right, goodbye.
I hear the Bradford case came up this morning.
Yes, as a matter of fact, we just adjourned for lunch. Will you excuse me?
Surely. Just let me know how it turns out.
I'll call you.
Right.
Goodbye.
Good morning, Miss Robert.
Oh, Mr. Frederick, I was just thinking of you.
And I was just thinking of having lunch at the Chateau Frontenac. May I have the pleasure of your company?
All right. But just give me a few minutes to make myself presentable.
Suppose we meet on the terrace in 15 minutes.
Perfect.
Why must I always find you eating?
But, Mr. Frederick, a man must live.
But why? Why must a man live?
With me, it's become a habit.
Gingerbread. No wonder your fires have that aroma.
Something I can get for you, Mr. Frederick?
No, thank you. Don't disturb yourself, my friend. The young lady who was here just now, a friend of mine, left her lipstick. I said I'd look for it.
Oh, she was over there. Second, I'll call.
She certainly managed to get herself dusty.
No wonder. Nobody has dug in those merchant files for years.
Where the devil would a woman leave her lipstick? I don't know why, but they are always losing something.
I don't know which I enjoyed most, the lunch or the view.
I'm sorry I can take credit only for the former. But you should see it in the winter. That's when it is really beautiful.
Yes, I'm looking forward to the snow.
You ski?
Yes, do you?
No. I prefer the more sedate pleasures of life. Cigarette?
Oh, so matches are your favorite doodle, huh?
Yes, my worst vice.
But you have many virtues. Music, art. I know a lot about you.
You do?
Well, it's part of my job to know about all the prominent people in town, isn't it?
Of course it is. I only hope you are as well informed when you follow your sporting instincts. Our mountain trails are rather dangerous.
Yes, so I understand.
It doesn't frighten you?
One can't very well be a sportsman and a coward at the same time.
No. But a real good sportsman knows his own limitations and never takes unnecessary chances, no matter how thrilling the challenge.
It's sweet of you to worry about me. I'll be careful.
Charming of you to come home.
Good
Good evening.
I've been alone all day with this cold, and now my head's beginning to bother me again.
I'm sorry. Maybe you should have gone out.
Where, for instance?
Out in the sun, you need it.
That ought to be fun. Who am I supposed to talk to? The lamppost?
Why don't you make some friends?
Oh, I can't be bothered. Never met so many stupid people.
Blanche, I've got to work tonight, and I'm very tired.
Oh, you're very tired. Well, I'm sick.
I know you're sick. I wish I could do something for you.
The doctor told me I had to have a complete rest. He said anything might happen unless I had a complete rest.
I know. I've tried to send you away.
You'd love that, wouldn't you?
Blanche, please stop jumping at everything I say.
You want to get rid of me.
I want you to go away for a rest, that's all.
Oh, you'd do anything to get me out of the way.
I only want you to get well, and you know that.
Now, please let me work.
Oh, sure. You have to work. Doesn't matter that I'm dying. You have to finish your concerto. And for what? Another $300? Like your last symphony?
I know it won't make any money, but it's worth doing.
Doesn't that mean anything to you?
Why don't you get wise to yourself? You're just wasting your time. Why can't you write popular songs? You used to when you were in college. Do you suppose if I'd known I was going to starve and spend the rest of my life living like this, I'd ever have married you? Well, why don't you answer?
There isn't any answer to that, Blanche.
Naturally, you forgot my sleeping medicine.
Forgot your... Oh, yes. It's in my briefcase.
I want to go out for dinner.
Well, why don't you?
Well, you don't expect me to go by myself, do you? I can't stand another minute in this pigsty.
All right, then clean it up.
Here I am so sick I can hardly see, and you expect me to get on my hands and knees and scrub floors for you.
Don't let's have another scene, Blanche. Someday I won't be able to...
Someday, I know.
It's Michelle.
Michelle, how on earth did... Come in.
Albert, listen. Did you mean it when you said you could put me up?
Well, of course. Come in. I expected you. Not exactly tonight, but soon.
Listen, Albert. I can't go home.
All right.
I can't go home.
All right, I know. Come.
May I have another drink?
No. You had too many. What you need is a good night's rest and a clear head.
Clear head. Albert, you were so right. Everything you said.
I knew you'd come to take her. I start action as soon as possible.
This afternoon, I couldn't stop her. I felt something.
Hatred?
I was afraid.
Afraid of yourself?
Maybe you'd better have another drink. Here. You were afraid that you might kill her?
No. She killed something in me.
What?
My pity. I don't feel sorry for her anymore.
But you were afraid that you might kill her.
Kill her? No.
Well, it crossed your mind, didn't it?
No.
For a second you thought it would be for the best.
What?
To eliminate her.
Eliminate...
Yes. Blanche Lacoste. That's right. Cause of death, probably an overdose of sleeping medicine. When can we get the chemical analysis? Right. Let me know as soon as you can.
What time did she die, Inspector?
Approximately midnight.
And, what kind of drug did she use?
The analysis is being made now. Should know this afternoon.
And the husband was last seen when?
Leaving this building about 5 o'clock yesterday.
I found this box. Saint Louis Pharmacy.
Let me have that.
Is that box hidden?
No, the drawer was full of them.
Oh, messy place, huh?
Hello. St. Louis Pharmacy? This is Inspector Renault. I want to check on one of your prescriptions. The number is 837729. No, 29. That's it. Who was it issued to? How was it delivered? And when? No, I'll wait.
What are the pics? 2 of the woman, 1 of some sailors.
Is that the woman they just took out of here?
The same.
Do you mind if I look at the pictures? But which one of those Beavers is the husband of the murdered woman?
Oh, yes? Made out to Mrs. Lacoste. Yes. And the refill? Picked up by Mr. Lacoste yesterday. Thank you. Yes, I have the doctor's name. We're checking with him. Yes, thank you. That's all.
What's your opinion, Inspector?
I haven't a definite opinion yet. The neighbors say she was a little,
Why doesn't the husband show up?
There could be many reasons. We'll find Mr. Lacoste, of course. There's nothing here to convict him. I'd like to ask him a few questions.
For me, it was murder.
And may I ask, why are you so positive?
From what I've seen of her housekeeping, her clothes, the sloppy romantic trash she ran, she was an exhibitionist and a depressant. The kind of a woman who's always sorry for herself. And if that kind of woman commits suicide, I lay you 10 to 1, Inspector, she'll leave a note. No. It wasn't suicide.
Genius. Sheer genius.
Mind if I use the phone?
Sure, it's on the house.
Hello, Information? Give me the city desk, please.
Michel. Wake up, Michel.
How did I get here?
Highly intoxicated.
I'm sorry. Please forgive me.
That's your least worry now. You'll need it.
Thank you. My least worry? What do you mean?
You really don't remember what you told me last night?
Last night? What did I tell you last night? About my quarrel with Blanche?
Quarrel? You said you killed her.
I couldn't have been that drunk. No. Poor Blanche, it was all my fault.
Where are you going?
Home, to her.
You can't help her now.
You don't think that I did it?
What else can I think? What else can anybody think? Last night when you told me, I didn't believe it. But I must confess, I never before misjudged a person so completely.
But she was all right when I left her.
My butler doesn't have to know that you are here.
I don't care what anybody knows. I know I didn't do it.
You know what you did do last night? When did you leave Blanche?
About 5 o'clock.
Where did you go?
To a bar.
Which bar?
I don't know. Different ones. What is this? A cross-examination?
No. Just a rehearsal. You haven't read the complete story. The police are looking for you.
That's all right. I'm going to them myself. They are wet. It wasn't raining when I came.
I'm sorry, but I'll have to testify against the statement. It was pouring when I let you in.
When was that?
At exactly 1:35.
Couldn't have been that late. Last time I looked at my watch, it was about 11. What did I do between 11 and 1:30? No, I couldn't. I couldn't.
You'll have to make a decision. Do you want to hang or are you going to fight?
If I did it, I don't want to live.
All right. Go to the police and tell them you don't remember what you did last night. Together with the gossip about your frequent quarrels with your wife and the fact that you were at the pharmacy yesterday and bought a powerful drug, there is enough circumstantial evidence to hang you, even without my testimony as to your own confession. Do you know the sentence? I do. You shall be hanged by the neck until you be dead.
But I didn't do it.
Have you ever seen a man hanged? I have. It is usually done early in the morning by the dim light of dawn. It is cold, and you shiver, and you know that you'll never again see the sunrise, never again walk in the streets, never again smell the air of spring, and never again hear the sound of music.
But you are a great lawyer. You're my friend. Can't you help me? You don't really believe that I did it.
I can help you, no matter what I believe. But I must warn you, my fee is high, very high.
But you know that I'm poor.
Oh, I don't want any money. I have all the money I want. I can even afford the luxury of helping a struggling young artist to the fame I think he deserves. I have the position I want, a position which makes it possible for me to snatch an alleged murderer from a gallows. But unfortunately, all this is threatened by a certain person. A woman.
A woman? Is she threatening your life?
Indirectly. I want her eliminated.
Eliminated? What do you mean?
I'm using your own word. Don't you remember? Last night when you told me you stumbled over it.
Eliminated? Yes, it sounds...
Familiar? Anyway, you know now what I mean.
You want me to...
I told you my fee was high.
Albert, this is a poor time for jokes.
Now look, Michel, we've always been friends. We are both in a bad spot and we can help each other. I know I can get you out of your predicament. Now this other woman, you don't even know her. Nobody would suspect you because you have no motive. I'll give you all the directions. You won't be caught.
But she's a human being.
It is either she or I. She or you. Where are you going?
To the police, to tell everything, including your proposition.
It's a likely story coming from you. There is no record of our conversation. But there is a record, don't forget. I keep it in a safe place. It will make such an unusual effect in court to hear the dead woman accuse her husband. To whom it may concern, I, Blanche Lacoste.
But you can't use this against me. I brought it to you myself
because you trusted me, and I trusted you then. But now we know each other a lot better.
Yes, a lot better.
I've always liked you, Michel. I still do. But if you don't help me, you'll hang. If you don't rid me of her, I'll find some other way. But you will not live to see it. Think it over. Now, don't let the police catch you. Stay away from your apartment. Move into a small hotel. Get in touch with me under the name of Paul Duval. Need any money?
No.
You know what you did do last night? When did you leave Blanche? Where did you go? Which bar?
You want to get rid of me.
You said you killed her.
You'd do anything to get me out of the way.
I couldn't. I couldn't.
Doesn't matter if I'm dying. You've got to finish your concerto.
I couldn't have been that drunk.
You want to get rid of me.
What did I do between 11 and 1:30?
You'd do anything to get me out of the way.
But she was all right when I left her.
You want to get rid of me.
It couldn't have been that late.
But there is a record. It'll make such an unusual effect in court to hear the dead woman accuse her husband, to whom it may concern.
I, Blanche Lacoste, wanted it known that should I be found dead, it was his doing.
No. I couldn't have. I couldn't.
The police are looking for you.
That's all right. I will go to them myself. Taxi! I would like a room.
75 cents a day. Any baggage?
No.
Well, you'll have to pay in advance. Name?
Duval. Paul Duval.
Address?
Montreal. May I use your telephone? Two 2196. Albert? This is Duval, Paul Duval. What's her name and address?
I got a package for Miss Roberts.
I'm Miss Roberts.
Are you sure you're Miss Roberts?
What do you want to do? See my birth certificate?
Well, he didn't say nothing about that. He just said make sure you give it to Miss Roberts.
Who said?
Oh, some guy.
Well, some guy. I can't imagine who that is.
Well, why don't you open it and find out?
You know, I thought of that. Sonny, wait a minute. Thank you.
Thanks.
Paul Duval. Who is he? Miss Edith Robin. That does it. It was a beautiful dream. Mr. Duval, please. Paul Duval.
Just a minute. That's the call you've been waiting for.
Hello? Yes, this is Mr. Duval.
Hello, Mr. Duval. This is Miss Roberts speaking. I've just received some lovely roses with your note. I hate to tell you this, but you've reached the wrong Miss Roberts. See, my name's Mary, not Edith.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't sure of the address, and I asked the florist to check it. He must have made a mistake.
Oh, I thought you might like to pick them up.
All right. Where do you live?
I'm at the Chateau Apartments on Grand Allée.
Oh, that's not very far from here. If I may, I will pick them up myself.
All right. I'll be in all afternoon.
I'm terribly sorry to have troubled you. I'll be up later. Goodbye.
Roberts.
Yes?
I am Paul Duval. I just talked to you in the telephone.
Oh, yes, of course. The flowers. Come in, won't you?
Thank you.
I'm afraid I haven't wrapped your roses yet. It'll only take a moment. The flowers are so beautiful that I almost wish my name were Edith.
I'm sorry to put you to this trouble.
Oh, it's no trouble. I just put them in water to keep them fresh.
Miss Roberts, I'm afraid my mind was somewhere else when you telephoned. Otherwise, I would have never suggested to...
Oh, please, I understand.
Why don't you just leave them where they are?
Well, if you like. Thank you. But, how about the other Miss Roberts?
Oh, I haven't been able to find out where she's staying.
Oh, it's too bad.
But not surprising. You see, I have been away for 5 years, and these roses were meant to be an announcement of my return.
Oh, it's a shame you had to be disappointed, but after all, 5 years is a long time.
Yes, I'm beginning to discover that. I almost feel like a stranger in my own city.
Oh, you were born here? You come from Quebec? Mr. Duval, is something wrong?
May I have a glass of water?
Oh, yes, of course. Maybe you'd like something stronger. I have some scotch.
You're very kind. Please don't worry. I'm just a little overtired.
Well, why don't you take off your coat and make yourself comfortable? I won't be a minute.
Thank you. Excuse me. I'm always drawn to a piano.
Don't get up. Here you are.
Thank you.
Now tell me, is there anything else I could do?
No, thank you. I'm quite all right now.
Well, please, don't stop playing then. That is, if you feel like it.
Well, what would you like me to play?
Your choice.
All right. You know it?
No, but I'm sure I should.
You like it?
Very much. What is it?
Oh, it's quite a note so far. But I'm glad you like it.
it is warm in here. I didn't realize. The afternoon sun just pours in. It always sticks.
Please let me help you. You live rather high up here, don't you?
That's why I chose this apartment, for the view. I can see the whole city. Every morning when I open this window, I'm surprised all over again to see how beautiful it is. I love Quebec. Don't you?
Very much. Only mine is a different kind of love.
Of course. Must be mixed with personal memories for you.
Yes. Right over there, from that ferry boat we used to look at the ocean liners when we were children. It was our Sunday treat. And over there, to the right, that old white house, it used to be my father's home.
Mr. Duval!
Heights make me nervous.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I must go now.
Willie, do you have to?
Yes, I must go.
You're a strange man. I thought you were going to play some music.
What?
Well, frankly, I was enjoying this. I thought you were, too.
You did? Don't be so nice to me.
I'm the only person who might look for you in this place?
I know, but I just had to. No one saw me come in. Listen.
Beautiful. Oh, beautiful. By far the best thing you've ever done. What a pity if it were your last. Did you meet her?
Yes, I did.
When are you going to see her again?
I don't know.
Well, I suggest soon, not in town. The young lady is a stranger in Quebec. I'm sure she's never visited Montmorency Falls.
What do you mean?
A magnificent waterfall. At times very lonely and deserted. Ask her to come here?
No, why?
Look.
What is she doing here?
I wonder. She's a very inquisitive young lady.
Look, I know Mr. Delorier's busy, but we're doing a story on the Lacoste case tonight. I've got to see him.
Well, miss, you'll have to wait. They'll be through in a few minutes. Sit down.
That's Michel Lacoste's concerto?
Yes, miss. I'll get Mr. Delorgy now.
Incredible. Michel Lacoste in your apartment. What was he doing there?
Oh, we just had a couple of drinks. He played me some of his music.
Music while Rome burns. Don't you realize the police are looking for this man? We'd better report this.
Oh, now wait. Can't you see the headlines?
No headline is worth that risk.
Oh, I don't think there's much of a risk. Besides, the headlines might read quite differently. This man's not a murderer.
What makes you think so?
Lots of things. Besides, I feel it.
You feel it. You women are always matching your feelings against logic and fact. That's a fraud.
No. Well, that's a shortcut. Listen, you wouldn't let me solve the Morchon mystery. Give me a chance. Let me prove the innocence of Michel Lacoste. I'm going to try it anyway. You can only make it tougher for me.
Well, if you must. But I think you'd better take this. You know how to use it?
Yes. Yes, I do. But I'm sure I won't need it. Is Mr. Duval in?
Number 11 upstairs?
Well, couldn't you just tell him I'm here?
Number 11, there's a lady down here to see you. No, it's not the Ritz.
Oh, it's you.
I hope I'm not disturbing you.
No, you're not. As you can see by the splendor of this place, I'm not working. Why did you come here?
Oh, I was just passing by, and it's such a lovely day outside, and I was strolling, and No, that's not true. I left the apartment with the intention of seeing you.
About what?
About yourself. Last time when you left so abruptly...
I guess I do owe you an explanation for that.
No, you don't. Even before you left, I realized that you're lonely, you're very upset. It's a bad combination.
So you came to offer me your friendship.
Only my company, in case you needed somebody to talk to. I'm a good listener.
I noticed that.
But not only for music. I'm not as inexperienced as I look. I'm a newspaper woman.
You think I might be good for a human interest story. Maybe you're right. It might be a relief to talk to you.
You know what? We'll take my car and go for a drive in the country.
Why drive in the country?
Why not? You afraid of my driving? All right, you drive yourself. Show me what you think are, the most beautiful spots.
Sounds very tempting.
Well, then let's go. Now, huh?
All right. Will you excuse me for 1 second? I have to make a telephone call first.
Oh. About a job, maybe?
Yes. It's about a job. $32916. Albert, we're leaving for Montmorency Falls. How do you expect me to feel? Cold?
No. Wonderful. There's nothing like loafing on a weekday. I feel like a schoolgirl playing hooky.
You look like one.
What's sad about that?
Oh, nothing. Maybe just the thought that you have to work for a living.
But I love it. I really do. Can't be a good reporter unless you love it.
Tell me, what is your special line? Do you write for a woman's page or a society column?
Crime. Where are we going?
Montmorency Falls.
Montmorency Falls?
Yes. Why are you surprised?
Because I wanted to go there myself. Professionally.
Oh, on a new crime story?
No. A very old one.
Well, shall we try it, or are you tired?
No, I love to walk.
All right.
Oh, there go my nylons. I'll have to fix my garden.
Well, never mind me. I'm just part of the scenery.
Just move out of the scenery.
Careful, these rocks are very slippery.
It'll be even tougher coming back.
Don't worry about that.
It's awfully far down.
It's even higher than Niagara Falls.
Yes, it's very steep, too.
Are you dizzy?
No.
You look a little pale.
No, it's nothing. I was just wondering that this place is so deserted.
Yes, we seem to be the only ones loafing on a weekday. Are you sure you're all right? Maybe I better...
No! Take one step and
Have you lost something? Maybe this?
Relax, my friend. Your worries are all over. It was an accident. Never knew her. It's just something you read in the paper. Tomorrow it will be forgotten like a bad dream.
I paid my fee. Now deliver your service. How are you going to get me out of this?
You don't think I would cheat you? Excuse me. Hello? Of course, I'm always in for Mr. Durand. Hello, Edward. Anytime you say. Of course you have to. The morning edition. Would you like to discuss it tonight in your office? No, it won't be too late. I have to attend the meeting myself. What? No, I haven't read today's paper.
Did you hear that Miss Roberts, that young reporter, was accidentally killed at Montmorency Falls? It's in the last edition.
No. How terrible. How tragic. Yes, of course. Yes, I'll see you tonight. Poor old Durand. He liked that girl.
I'm waiting for my reward.
Oh, yes. You see, I must tell you, I was in your apartment the night Blanche died. It doesn't surprise you?
Nothing surprises me coming from you. I should have known. You killed her.
No, Michel. I can prove that I didn't. By the same means, you can prove that you didn't. Here, this makes you a free man again. I found it pinned to your pillow. I presume you recognize your wife's handwriting.
Poor Blanche.
You made me believe I was a killer so that I might kill for you.
Second murder is always easier.
Aren't you afraid it might become a habit? I'd better go.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Frederick.
Good evening, Johnny. Mr. Durand in?
No, he hasn't come in yet, but would you care to wait in his office?
Thank you.
Don't, Bruno. You won't find me down here.
John! Where's the girl?
Girl?
There was someone here.
There's nobody here, sir. Nobody but you and me.
Hello, Albert. Did I keep you waiting?
No.
Is something wrong? You look upset.
No, I'm all right.
Come into my office. You need a drink. This business won't take up much of your time.
This girl reporter of yours certainly gave me a shock.
I just saw her. At the morgue. I'll never forget her face.
That's terrible. Any relatives left?
No, none. Why, Albert, what is it? What are you staring at? Are you sure you're all right? Shall I call a doctor?
No, thank you. Will you drive me home? We can talk in the car.
Why, yes.
Sorry, sir. This is a convent. Men are not admitted.
Well, all I want is some information, please.
Sorry. We don't give any information.
What can I do for you, sir?
Miss Roberts.
Oh, come in. Come in. You're not the first to report her today. I can tell you all about her, poor soul. She was such a nice girl. She kept everything so clean. You care to see the kitchen? All her belongings, no family. Mr. Durand said the Salvation Army would pick it up today. Are you going so soon? It was such a pleasure talking to you.
What are you doing here?
Killers are haunted.
You see her too?
Yes, all the time.
We must get over it. There are no ghosts. Only hallucinations. It's in our minds.
Yes, but people have been driven out of their minds. Maybe the news is better than a straitjacket.
Stop it! Come, I drive you into town.
No, we better not be seen together.
For a ghost, I'm terribly hungry. How did you find him?
I've never seen such a change in a man. Tell me, weren't you a little scared?
No, not with you around.
Thanks.
At last.
We had to trail him to the cemetery.
You could have arrested him there, Inspector. He's ripe for a breakdown.
Arrest him? No. I haven't a single watertight proof against him yet. The diary, the doodle, a lot of clues, but no evidence.
But you are convinced he's a criminal, aren't you?
Why else would I stick out my neck? But we've got to wait until he really commits himself, and then we'll get him.
That's why I printed a false news item in my paper. For the first time in my life. Consciously, I mean.
Maybe he'll commit himself tonight at the concert. When he sees me there, he'll be...
He won't see you. You're not going to the concert.
Why not?
I can't spare enough men to protect you in a crowd.
We need a break, too, miss.
You don't want to endanger Michelle's concert.
If I may say so, the safest place for you is your own apartment. Frederick has checked it already. And you have a good radio.
Gentlemen, I will have to excuse myself. I have to get ready for the concert, you know.
Yes, you'd better run along. I'll take Mary home.
All right.
Good luck, Michelle.
Thanks, I'll need it. Goodbye, gentlemen.
See you later.
Goodbye, Michelle.
It's Michelle.
Michelle, it's you.
I had a couple of minutes to spare before the concert, and I thought that...
You thought what?
Well, I tried to think of an excuse to see
As
you.
if you needed an excuse to see me. Come in.
Thank you.
How do you feel?
Oh, a little nervous.
Well, of course you do. Come sit down.
Thank you. You know, this room, even when I saw it for the first time, it reminded me of...
Of what?
Have you ever felt when you saw a place that you know it, although you're quite sure you've never seen it before, as if it were a dream?
Mm-hmm. Tell me, was there a person attached to your dream?
Yes, I suppose there was.
Have you time for sherry?
No, I'm afraid not.
Oh, yes, you do. It's early yet. Take my car and we'll have time.
All right.
Here's to your success.
And to my favorite audience.
Oh, you could say something nicer than that.
What, for instance?
For instance, to the person in your dream.
I would like to say much more than that.
Why don't you?
Please don't ask me. You know why.
Oh, Michelle. You never stop torturing yourself. Well, let's drink to the future, then.
All right. Yes, to the future. Listen, may I call you from the concert hall and may I come back when it's over?
Will you?
Yes, right after the finale.
This is for good luck.
Mary.
Beautiful. Wonderful. I always knew it. I shall arrange a tour for you. New York, Paris. Tonight I shall be able to sleep. Too much romanticism in his music. But there is also a spiritual quality that will grow. Why did he have to meet you? Oh, I remember. This brain still works to perfection. The moment I saw your car behind the concert hall, I thought I'll remember. Later. Later. Listen to this.
Stop. 12552.
Stay where you are.
Operator, will you please try the number again? The person must be in.
What do you want? What do you want? What do you want?
An accident. Must look like an accident.
You can't possibly want to kill me. You couldn't do anything crazier.
Stop talking.
If you killed me, that's a confession. A confession to the Marchand murder.
Idiots. I had the right to kill Marchand. Who was he? And nobody with a lot of money to throw away with both hands. But in my hands, this money became a blessing. I bought beauty with it like this. And it will go on working for the best, as I decide. I, Albert Frederick. Now, you have my confession. But you are not going to talk.
No. I'm not going to talk. I'm not going to say a word. But my corpse would. Listen, you can't get away with it. No, wait, just a second. Please. Think. Where's your alibi? They'll miss you at the concert. They'll look for you at home. Think!
Later. My brain will be much clearer. Later.
Mary!
Accident. It must look like another accident.